Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, September the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, guys. Okay. Well, we're in for another big market gap down, guys. What else is new? So, kind of being led by FedEx. FedEx is really, they don't release earnings until the 22nd, but they're guiding really poorly. So FedEx is kind of leading this market down. UPS, I think they released this. No, actually, they're in October. Okay, usually I thought they were around the same time, but they're in October. But you'd have to think that UPS is probably feeling the same kind of pain. They haven't come out with a guidance like FDX, but nonetheless, UPS, I'm sure, is going to feel the same kind of pain. So yeah, this KNW is an uplisting today. So they were on the pinks, and now they're trading as KNW, an uplisting to Amex. So doing pretty well this morning. The one that isn't, not that they, well, okay, maybe this is just going more according to what should happen, but anyway, NBRV is a 1 for 25 reverse split effective today. So where they closed yesterday, $6 would be the equivalent. So it's a little bit underneath. I did some quick math, and I think yeah, $6 is where the equivalent would be based on what they closed yesterday. So certainly no enthusiasm yet. I thought it was sorry, I thought it was New York. We have it listed. Oh, I'm sorry, KNX. Just a minute now. I thought it was New York. But we have it. You know what? If I type the darn symbol in correctly, KNW, KNW. Yeah, we have it as Amex. Interesting, because you're right. I did see this. I read this, and I'm listening to New York. So I don't know if it makes a big difference. But what I will do is just pass that on. Give me a moment. And listen, I agree. I mean, our data should be correct. But it doesn't really matter what our data says. It is definitely New York. I don't know why our provider put in Amex, but all right. What else is happening here? So yeah, this SPAC closed. Somebody asked about the float. I have no idea. I'm sure if Blue Collar wanted to dive into the SEC filings, maybe he could find out. But I have no idea what the float is now on AMPX. So this was the KCAC yesterday, turned into AMPX today, but really starting to give it up. I mean, this is going to be another interesting day to say the least. Down, yeah, the market is just gapping way down here. ALHC did a financing. I don't know what the financing price is. Couldn't see that, but they're announcing 9 million shares at some price. Don't know what it is. NCR, boy, old name. NCR is gapping down. I guess maybe the rumor was that they were going to sell themselves, but now they've decided to split the company into two rather than selling themselves. So market's not liking that right now anyway, and that's NCR. Of course, the market's not liking very many things. AAOI, AAOI, is this gap holding? Not really. So after hours, they announced that they are launching something called quantum bandwidth. Okay, so anyway, it popped up, still holding. I mean, it's up 25%, lots and lots of volume. Yeah, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At KNW, guys, KNW, be hard not to say ANW, KNW. And this was upsized to 7.2 million. CLEU is gapping up. Wow. Saw it right here around $1.13. So this is gapping up. I don't think, there we go. See, I didn't see that news. Letter of intent with Aways. Letter of intent to do what? Okay, well, anyway, there's your news for CLEU through the 200-day moving average right now. I mean, in a different market, I mean, look at the gap fill, the potential. Look at this potential gap fill. That was NBRV, MK Web. NBRV did the 25 to 1. Oh, it is underneath. I mean, 6 would be the equivalent approximately, okay, from yesterday's close. So it is underneath. But look at, yeah, I mean, look at this CLEU. Look at the room it's got. High is way up here at 244. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. 10.9 million in the float. Wow, KNW guys making a nice move on their uplisting today from the pinks to well, New York. My favorite moneymaker, hardly, but let's take a look. HKD. Wow, KNW guys. Severe rippage. Now, this will not show up in my races because it wasn't trading as KNW yesterday, so I'd have to load Pepe's race. All right, guys, 9:10. So let me just take a quick look to see if the upgrades and downgrades have hit my email this morning. Interesting to see. So not yet. Let me do a quick refresh. Interesting to see what the analysts are saying about downgrades. Meanwhile, let's take a look. Anything else is sneaking in here? SJ. There we are. Here's my morning update from. Yeah, our downgrade list is certainly longer. Not crazy long, but these are the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, there are the upgrades. Look at the many. Actually, the downgrade list looks a lot longer because FDX has been downgraded by multiple firms. I see one, two, three, four, five, six of them downgrading FDX, FedEx. A bunch of downgrades for Adobe, ADBE. The list is not as long as I thought. It's just multiple downgrades. Same stock being downgraded by multiple firms. Okay, there you have it, guys. So, yeah, FedEx just getting whacked here. So FedEx stock tumbles more than 20% after warning on economic trends. So there you go. Okay, guys. So yeah, and it's interesting because where do I even see this? The KNW, now it's not showing up here in my actives. Now it might be because it might still think it's a pink. Just for fun, I'm going to do this. No. That's a good question. I don't see. I'm just trying to see where I found KNW, to be honest. It would have had to be here on my pre-market actives up. Would have had to have been. So I don't know now. I don't know now. Yeah, it's not here now. So I don't know. I don't. Maybe it's a screw up because of the exchange. I don't know. Can't answer that question right now. Well, something alerted me to it. I'm, there's something. I mean, I certainly didn't know about it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Aha. This is what happened, guys. Yeah. So even though it's not in here, and I can't, I can't explain it. Okay. But I had this set. This was one of these ones. It's an uplisting, and I had set the price alert. Okay. And so it triggered at 7 o'clock this morning, Eastern time. Okay. And that's so when I clicked on it, and that's when I saw so it's slightly upsized because that would be like $6 million. And I noticed, so that's what happened. It came on a price alert because I had set the price alerts for these IPOs and uplistings. Okay. Yes. K&W. Well, yes, it was on, yeah, it was on that website. So remember what I do, guys, I set these price alerts ahead of time, and if they, so this actually happened. So this was actually, it looked like it was supposed to happen yesterday, September 15th, but it happened today. So anyway, that's the reason. Now, why it's not showing up on the actives, I don't have an explanation for that. Well, with all those downgrades, also, I thought six, and there's probably more. I saw six downgrades, excuse me, in the briefing.com email that I got this morning, received this morning. So with all those downgrades, well, there we look. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So I'm going to click on, from our toolbar, I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar. I will click on show more, and then I will click on sector status. And there should be just a sea of red. Yep. That wasn't a very hard prediction, but even energy. So guys, what you're seeing here, if you're not familiar with this, these are the major sectors. Wow. So these are the major sectors. So this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These stocks make up XLE. And so when you see 100% in red, that means that 100% are down. Excuse me, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So you can see even dividends or utilities. There's no flight to utilities either. So everything is down so far, guys. Nothing is safe right now. Now, again, if I can, depending what I'm doing at 10 o'clock to 10:15, I'll take a look at this in a different view. The view being the change from the open. If we have any sort of a market rally, we may get some rallying in the sectors. But right now, pretty darn bleak. Well, a couple of things. For me, FDX is out of the price range that I typically trade. Okay, so that's number one. Now, Number two is the next thing I would do, though, if I were going to short an FDX, I'm always going to be looking left and seeing, okay, where is the next low? When was that? So this is right around the pandemic. Okay, this is right around the pandemic. So we're approaching, pandemic levels. So will those pandemic levels, which is about 156, will that hold it? If that 156, 150, 156 doesn't hold it, look out below. Now you're at 128. So, but I mean, there's about $5 until, or $10 until it hits that. Pretty bleak. And UPS probably is going to look very similar. Actually not as, because there are some lows it has to take out. How do you manage trading stocks with so many downgrades? Well, if you're talking about going long, I mean, obviously it's a challenge, but this particular one, the biggest gainers from the open, these stocks typically, the ones that you see here, typically don't care as much about what the overall market's doing. So, I mean, there's that. But the other simple answer is, what I'm going to call you, RCRX said, I mean, you've got to short, you've got to find stocks to short. But these stocks here, these two races will start at 9:30. And this is actually wouldn't be a bad one either, because these are large cap gainers, okay? And these are stocks that are going to be up at least 2% from the open. These stocks will be certainly contrary to what if the market keeps moving down. So, these would be relative strength of the market. These stocks would be interesting to take a look at. The problem is, you're probably in these stocks, the large cap gainers from the open, you may not get a lot of follow through, depending on what the market does. These ones, they're more, again, once the market opens, you'll see what I'm talking about, but they're more volatile, and typically not caring as much what the market is doing within reason. I mean, if the market drops, another 1,000, 1,500 points, I don't think anything is really safe. It shouldn't really matter though, Mitchell, because, ah, of course, of course, of course, of course. That's why it's not showing up. That's because it's got, in my scan here, it's got to be up 3% from the previous close. Okay, that's why. So of course it wasn't trading like that yesterday. So if I remove that, let me just show you, not just you, but so if I remove that filter, I'm almost guarantee it's going to show up. Give me a moment. Come on. Hmm. Oh, I know what's happened. I'd have to increase my record count to like probably 500 or something, because most of these stocks are gapping down. Boy, still not. There we go. Still not showing up. Interesting. Well, I'm not going to dwell on it. I don't think there's any other filter that could be blocking it. Hmm. Well, again, I'm not going to worry about it too much, guys. I mean, these things can happen from time to time, I guess. But anyway, we all know about it now. Because Mitchell, we can say the same. You could have said the same thing about Ampex. There's, we have hardly any data on it because it's trading as Ampex for the first time today, which means that it knew that it was KCAC yesterday. Anyway, guys, we are going to see what happens today. If can this market put any sort of a rally in? NCR continues down. Market is not happy that they're not trying to sell themselves anymore, that they want to split their divisions. General Electric also on the way down here, guys, a bit. Actually, that's a pretty big drop. We're 1 billion in the float. That's a pretty big drop. Where's there some support around 60 maybe? So if you're into the more expensive ones, there look like there's support around 60 for a GE. So there's $4. Yeah, so well, I try to I maintain that. I mean, anybody playing the dip scan, which is the bounce play, or the topping, maybe probably better if we get any. Remember, this is for advanced traders, okay? Advanced traders. It's not easy. I don't care what the market's doing. It's not easy to play bouncers or toppers, especially if you're new. Even if you're, I don't find it easy. Now, I don't concentrate on it as much as, say, Zach and William and some of the others, but, I don't find it easy to trade. And I think we've got a minute left. I think I heard a little ding as I'm pouring my coffee. I read that Apple is now the most shorted stock out there, taking over from Tesla. All right, guys. Yes, we have a little over a minute before this market opens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Be patient. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. So these races will start at 9:30 in about 2 seconds. Boom! There they start. Ah, look at this. This happened a couple of days ago. There's nothing wrong with the scan, guys. Large cap gainers from the open. There's nothing wrong with the scan, except with the filters I've got, there is nothing up at least 2% yet, with half a million market cap, half a billion market cap, 500,000 shares traded, 50. With the filters I've got, nothing is making it through. That happened a couple of days ago too. I thought it was broken, but it's not. So this one, I mean, this is certainly trading contrary to the market right now, the CLEU. And look at all the room it's got. Boy, in a good market, this would be, I mean, look at the gap, guys, through the 200-day moving average, and the next high is up here at 250. China stock, 10 million in the float. But for how much longer? And that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 because stocks can go up and down so quickly. ENPH. ENPH, well, yeah, I guess it is. I mean, huge market cap, 131 million shares times $304. So that is a huge market cap. But it's down. Now remember, I've got a $1 to $50 price range in here. Hudson, what is Hudson doing? HDSN. Look at Hudson. Didn't see this at all in the pre-market, really. Didn't really do much. Had a little pop after hours. Actually, I'm surprised. Maybe the volume just wasn't there in the pre-market. HDSN, though, moving somewhat. But it is early. Okay, for those of you following CFVI, I mean, a little bit of a pop. So as Zach pointed out, or somebody pointed out, I think it was Zach, but it'll be trading as RUM, R-U-M, on Monday. The merger is been voted on yesterday, approved with Rumble, so it'll be trading as RUM on Monday. But remember, it had a a big drop yesterday. Once this merger was approved, look what happened. Went from $14 down to $11.30. See all these red candles in a row down. All right, guys, so much for that. Reverse split NBRV, that is a bust. Yeah, Roblox was yesterday too, wasn't it? Yeah, look at this. Next low looking left is 38, around 38.73. So about $1 away from that low. Those of you with Interactive Brokers, I was looking at this NBRV in the pre-market, watching to see that 6 level. It doesn't appear it can trade it with Interactive Brokers. I'm not seeing anything. And that's NBRV, unless I know I've got the right symbol, right? NBRV. Yeah, I mean, we have it here, so. All right, so what's the market now? Down 385 in the Dow, 51 in the SPY, 186 in the NAS. Okay, so yeah, that's interesting. Don't know why that is the case for NBRV at IB. eBay. eBay on the way down here. What's the next low looking left? So we're at 41. 4102 is a low. 4052. So maybe a little bit of support for eBay, maybe a little bit. AMPX was crazy this morning. So this was KCAC yesterday. The SPAC merged. This is the new symbol now, AMPX. Got all the way up to, I don't know how many shares that would have been, but $34. I pity anybody who actually bought that up here. Not a terrible spread either, 1639, 1649. Somebody asked about the float for it. I don't know. I don't know what the float is for it. Ampex, yeah, there it is. Ampex right here. Now the spread got a little bit crazier. Definitely take notice. It's early, but take notice. I mean, anything could happen, of course. But 1630, 1650 now for Ampex, 8 AMPX. Won the first race. But it is early, 1613, 1634, 1614, 1618. So yeah, might be a little early. 1606, 16. I'm just, this is just a bit ask. Yeah, now look at it, 1550, 1565. So way early. So all I'm going to do is I will stick an alert around, believe it, 1676. The high of those two candles right there, those two 15-minute candles, and see if it takes it out at some point. Yeah, these are not to be married. Nothing is to be married in this stock, guys, or in this market. I mean, the K&W, these are just trades, and they can be very fast trades. Still nothing. This is not broken, guys. So if you have this large cap gainers from the open, it is not broken. There's just no data yet because there are no stocks meeting the filter requirements. And that happened a couple of days ago, I believe. Really? Okay. So, so a couple seconds after the open to restart it. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Again, I should pass that on to the guys. But do I have to keep doing it or is just the one time? Oh, really? Hey guys, TCRT, a little pop here for TCRT. Now, of course, it got up to 372 yesterday, massive drop, and then but a little bit of a pop for TCRT right now. Now, saw that DXC had a downgrade, guys, this morning. DXC had a downgrade this morning. Little bit of room, little bit of room. If you look at the daily chart, we've got a couple of lows around 25.90, so a little bit of room. Well, this is crazy then. I don't recall having to do that on the other day when we didn't get any data at the beginning. All right, guys, WRK showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown scan right at 35. It's a little early though, still a couple of minutes. If it were an all-time low, I'd be more inclined, but just indiscriminate now, guys. Look at this. Look at KWEB now. Look at KWEB. China stocks, of course, KWEB. Everything's just selling off. Yeah, we had a little glimmer of hope. We had a couple of 15-minute candles green, but that's been wiped out now on that first 15-minute first 15-minute bar for the SPY. Yeah, I mean, there's HKD, guys. I mean, obviously, this is doing its thing again for a while, up $38, 28%. Well, guys, hopefully nobody got, I don't know what Shady's doing with his AMPX if he's out of it now, but that's why we wait. I thought that was an important level for it to take out that 1676 with those two tops right there. Excuse me. And sure, you'd be giving up maybe $1, but look what the potential could have been. So that just saved me. Okay, one moment, please. So Pepe, are you absolutely sure that you have to keep, because this is what was happening the other day. Excuse me. Now you had to keep, I understand maybe having to do it, a second after 9:30, but you said you had to keep updating. I'm now starting to see some stock come in, like just like the other day. Drug, I haven't seen drug for a while. Yeah, no kidding. Drugs in play, but coming into probably a lot of resistance, not that far away. Oh, I see. After there was at least one stock. I got you. Okay. But again, that just shows you the type of day it is, guys. These are the only two stocks that meet the filter requirements. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just looking at a couple of other races that I've got testing on my other monitor. Z. Yeah, so Lucid's doing pretty well, actually. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's bucking the trend here. See if there's any. I see Needham is initiated. Citigroup. Okay, so Citigroup is initiated cover. I don't know if it's initiated coverage, but they're announcing a $28 price target. Okay, so that's causing, and I think Needham also is doing something. So that's causing Lucid to have a nice move counter to the market. Look at the room underneath this one, GTLB, 55.95, 55.95. So the next low looking left is 52.28 for the GTLB. Pretty tough to commit to a long right now, guys. Even in these little ones. Look at drug though. You're right. I mean, drug. This is the area I thought that might stall it for drug. If there's any I don't see any specific news on it. I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. This has been a crazy one in the past. IMTE, to back this daily chart out though to see what is happening. Mentioned WRK, guys. 35 break. Keep an eye on the WRK. The longer it holds under 35. And as long as the market keeps its selling up. Yep. Big part of trading is the ability to take a loss. Okay. A manageable loss. So what Shady is saying, he had a 1 hour loss, which is manageable. Yeah, guys, I actually have to say something here about a, a pretty incredible promo we've got on right now. Okay, so it's not on my home page yet. So I'm going to have to put this in here. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Keish. So we've got a pretty incredible promo. Now, it says 17 months for 12, okay, for 25 and 25% off. What that effectively would do is that you're gonna get 17 months for the price of 12 plus the 25% discount. That would bring the standard price, you got to pay it up front, of course, but $750 for the stand, that brings it down to $44 a month. Okay. I'm going to explain that a little bit later. So again, 17 months for 12 plus the 25% discount, but you can also go month to month. Well, you can take that first month, you'll get the 25% off that first month, and so you'll still have an opportunity to upgrade to the 17 for 12 promotion if you want. Keeping an eye on the WRK, I'm just watching to see if it really, hammers underneath that 35 mark. Just kind of holding it right now. 38.84, sorry, 34.80. Well, I've got real scan the Momo Trendo down. It's just saying sell, sell, sell over and over and over again. So there's that Lucid right there. So Lucid is, yeah, still pretty strong. The next high looking left, again, it's hard to commit, but 1738 is the next high looking left. And after that, 1806 or so. So, I mean, it does still have, yeah, check to check more, no more. I don't know. Okay. If you want an answer to that question, I would go to support at trade-ideas.com. I really shy away because I just don't know the answer to that. The question was, does that promotion apply to veteran yearly subscribers? I just pump out the promo codes and then I step aside. Okay. I'll let our accounting people figure out things like that. I really don't know. Well, drug is still strong. I don't see the specific reason for it. I mean, it's been active, obviously, previous days, but I don't see the specific reason for it today for drug. All right, WRK. Are you going to really give it up now? Yeah, this is not shortable for me. I know this is picked up in my 10-day daily breakdown, which I'm not going to really look, but it's just not shortable for me. ADTX. Wow, I mean, HR is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Not an all-time low, but let's take a look. Let's take a look to see where the next low is. Boy, you got to go back a few. Oh man, I don't care. I mean, I'm going back to 2018. I don't care where the next low is. This really doesn't have a lot of support, guys. HR. Oh, I don't have any idea, Happy. Some question about does volume today factor in dark pool prints? No idea. I don't really, I know what the dark, I have no idea. Sorry. Maybe somebody else can answer that. I don't really, focus on the dark pool prints and all. All right, H-lit. H-lit. Sort of interesting. It's almost at an all-time high. H-lit, I guess the all-time high is over here, 1174. So this certainly is a stock that has done well in this market. All right, I almost knocked myself out of the WRK short, but I'm still going to hang on for 35. Certainly gets me out. I'm in at 81. I'm on the short 34.81, so it just popped up a bit, but I'm going to hang on just a little bit longer. Sort of popped up with the market, I guess. Get that spread a little tighter for the WRK. TCRT is doing well, though. TCRT is definitely doing well. If you're in this one, you just got to be aware of what happened yesterday, though. I mean, it got all the way up here, then it just absolutely collapsed. So for all the reasons it did this, they could still be in play. So this is yesterday. I mean, it was up to 372 and it got all the way down to 126. So just be aware of that. Well, here's another one, guys. I mean, these are all, I mean, you're chasing it right now, but look at AM. 991 is the next low looking left, and then after that, well, maybe it's a little close. Be nice if it, yeah, maybe it doesn't have enough room. Yeah, I'm not liking this WRK. I thought just going to give it a little bit more time. Yeah, Lucid guys. I mean, Lucid is definitely strong. Now there's a green bar there. I got to watch this WRK right now. All right, I took myself out of that trade, guys. The WRK, small manageable loss. Just watching what the market's doing. Okay, putting in that green bar, and a lot of stocks will follow that. So that's why I always have some kind of a way to track the overall market. Okay, I like to spy, so I might use the Russell. It's up to you, but So we might see some bounces now, brief bounces anyway. Yeah, TCRT, super. This is from Zach's Bouncers, okay? This CRK, you know, if it gets over 19, it could have a nice little bounce. Follow the market though. Follow the market. You know, as long as that is a green bar. It's not really following it though. You can kind of see this. You know, the WRK absolutely did. You know, look at that green bar. Look at that green bar on 15-minute chart. See how long this little green bar lasts? Or let's see if it does last, I should say. There's another 7 minutes or so, 7.5 minutes to close. Keep an eye on this H-lip, guys. I mean, this is almost a lifetime high. HLIT, 97%. 17, yeah, I see that. Yeah, raising from 15 to 17 by Needham. All right, guys. Well, this green candle may not, well, it's not going to be as big anyway. Doesn't look like it. It's starting to sell off now. Well, let's take a look left because this, I mean, is this going to last, this pop for Lucid? What did it get up to? It got up to 1748. The next high is 1728, 1723. So really the next high is around 18. So, I mean, it's got room, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this looks like something that you'd want to short. Especially with this big topping tail up here. Wow, Rhythm is still moving down here, guys. RYTM. So they did the financing yesterday. I can't remember what the financing price was. I think it was 26. I think it was 26 because I mentioned in the pre-market that, it was above the financing price. I think it was 26. So this is really, getting clobbered now off that financing. Overall market not helping. Well, guys, that no more topping tail. No more topping tail right now in the SPY. We're gonna have a day like yesterday. Yesterday was one of the crazier days in terms of volatility. This is a home builder, isn't it? Taylor Morrison? Aren't they a home builder? Yeah. I don't think they're in Canada, but somebody mentioned home builders earlier. 2551. 2551 is the next high looking left. Well, that is a giant green candle. We've got another little less than 2 minutes for that one to close. Well, there's your little bounce now for CRK. I had this price alert set, but it, really wasn't following the market that much. Maybe now though, as long as the market keeps doing this meaning this big green candle. I haven't even looked at these halts. Foxo on the way down. This a an uplisting or an IPO today? Completes merger to list under. So this is a merger completion for Foxo. So this was not. So this was a SPAC, DWIN, I guess, and it's not doing well. The only thing I can suggest is maybe put a new SPY chart up because mine isn't. Okay, so okay, you can try a couple of things. I mean, go to your account in the toolbar, click on account, and then do a reset connection. Just to see. Okay, just to see. If that doesn't work, then what I would do is I would get rid of the SPY chart you've got and just load another one and see if that fixes it. Because otherwise, I have no idea why that would be happening. So let me know if that worked. Yeah, I'm shying away from the CRK. The reason I'm shying away from it is that, there's a giant green candle and it didn't really do the giant green candle at all. Okay. So I'm shying away from that one as a bounce. Lucid Guys is on the way down now. LCID. Mentioned it might be an interesting short. So guys, if you're wondering why this looks so weird, the large cap gainers from the open, it's because there was no data to start. And there are very few. Okay, this, yeah, it might start there. We need 10 at least in here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Well, we don't have 10, so that's one reason. Now, you might be wondering, well, why, if you have my race, why isn't it looking like this? In other words, the big font and the smoothness. This is in an upcoming build. I'm on a development version, okay? So this is definitely in an upcoming build. And for those of you using the web-based version, you will soon be able to have the races using the web-based version, okay? Because this is actually, believe it or not, this is the browser interface at work here, okay? It's not quite ready yet. We're still checking to make sure that it's going to work perfectly, or as well. Nothing. I guess nothing works perfectly, but 99.9%. Yeah, look at the TCRT still strong. Just be careful, guys. If you're in this one, just be aware of what happened yesterday. You know, you don't want to get hammered down on this one, so don't wander away from your computer. It's not a low float either. I mean, 190, if that float is correct. So it's not a low float. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'm going to follow this internal discussion. So I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. Just give me a moment. Okay, let's see. What is TCRT still inching its way? Yeah, then it's got to be something on your end. Yeah. program. But the only thing is, is everything else working? I'm talking to programmer in his in the Trade Ideas questions section saying that his SPY chart is not updating. But what about other charts? Is it just your SPY chart or is it other charts also? How about other scans that you've got? Because it wouldn't make sense if it's only SPY, but everything else is working. That doesn't make sense to me. Boy, this DK's got about $1. Look at this. The next low looking left is 24.53. So the energy plays are just getting hammered too. So just out of curiosity, programmer, why don't you take it out of the dock and just see if it works as a free floating? I mean, it shouldn't make any difference, but you never know. Just to see. You know how to take it out of the dock, right? And make it free floating? Just to see, because I'm curious. WRK now. So interesting. Yeah, you see, but trying to find stocks, I don't want them tracking the market so much. So I took my loss in it, but I mean, it was following the market and it's following the market again. Red candle, the green candle, red candle, green candle, red candle. So I don't really want to get into things that are following the market so much. No, okay, this is an ETF, gold miners, 3 times leveraged. Okay, so how about SVM? What are you doing? Silver core, 233 is the next high looking left. After that, it's 240. It just doesn't interest me. Just too much around it right now at that current price. Trying to be highly, highly selective right now, especially going long anything. Well, if you had shorts for drug, I mean, look at these topping tails in the 15-minute chart at 173. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got Toll Brothers and we've got Taylor Morrison. Is that what the company is called? Taylor Morrison's, a couple of home builders. And we have Toll Brothers, TOL, a couple of home builders. All right, guys. So I have to make this big announcement. We've got a pretty awesome promo on right now. Now, if you already have an annual subscription, I don't know. You're going to have to call. You're going to have to send like contact support at trade-ideas.com. I'll put the link in because I don't know how it works. Okay, but I'm going to put the promo code in right now. It's not on my homepage yet, I don't believe. Okay, so let me put my homepage link, homepage link in. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, so this has not been changed yet, okay? That's why I put the promo code in. And I put the promo code, it's 17 months for 12, okay? 17 months for 12. The months for all in caps, 17 and 12 numerical. So 17 months for 12 for 25% off. So what does it mean? Well, let's take a look. If you took out an annual and you applied that, okay, 17 months for 12. So that's on a monthly, okay? So you do get the discount off the first month as always, okay? That's on the monthly, 25% off using that promo code. I should have gone to the annual. Let's take a look at an annual standard subscription, okay? Just to show you what a great promo this is. We've never done anything like this before. So the 17 months for 12. So you'd pay $749 for 17 months. That works out to $44 a month for our standard service. If you did the same thing on our premium service, it would work out to, I think it's $92 a month. Okay. So we've never done anything like that. That is the biggest discount we've had, over 17 months. Now you can always still do the monthly. And if you do the monthly, you'll get that discount for the first month only. And now I'm pretty sure that if you decide you want to go for that 17 for 12 months, once do it within 30 days, I'm pretty sure we'll honor it. Okay. If you want to take out an annual, I'm always saying it like this though, make sure you want the program, even though it's an awesome, awesome deal on the annual, 17 months for 12 months, plus the 25% discount. You still got to make sure you want the program. So you can always try us out, 118, 228, less than 25%, first month only. If you do it, I'm pretty sure though, if you want to upgrade to that 17 for 12 within 30 days, we'll honor it. Okay. Little confusing, but okay, this is something that we've never done before. All right, so as always, on my homepage, there's a lot of information, including that big promo. Come on. So get trade. So if you do this, even on the monthly or the annual, you've got to do this. Let's get started. That'll allow you to go through the download and installation, the first startup and login. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos, okay? I do a stock of the day video. I don't know what I'm going to do today. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. And all the education is here. Main difference is the AI, Scott. That's the main difference. It's the main, I go over it. I mean, it's the AI. That's what it looks like. Nothing really shaking today, but it is the AI. Holly, AI/Holly. I don't think we call it Holly anymore. So the user guide, we got a great user guide. Here's the getting started section. So if you want to know about the AI, Scott, okay, and the getting started, so first of all, getting started, that's that 30-minute video, or 10 videos, take you 30 minutes. At the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about the stock racing, okay? A lot of information about the stock racing, which I'll cover in a little bit. If you want to know more about the AI, this is the AI right there, AI Holly Guide, okay? There's that getting started section again. So daily support session. So between 12 and 1, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Andy for an hour if you want. And then, of course, as always, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m., Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then, as I say, you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for another hour. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Great series if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher. I would really take a look at this. It's free. You know, intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. It's all free. Now, obviously, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. Here are some of the scans that I'm sharing, including these two races up here. Okay, I'm sharing these two races. I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, so you can take a look at these. So my advice, save my link. If you save my link, then you can take a look at the education section, my scans, anytime you want. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We're not a screener. We do have screening capabilities, but we're a scanner. And I'll explain the difference. Excuse me, it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So I just showed you the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of other scans here. Now I do caution you, you don't want to overload your layout with all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows, etc. You know, we really try to, what I would absolutely recommend is pick maybe a couple of races. You can construct your own. You can take mine if you want, but you can, of course, construct your own. And I would follow the races all day long, especially if you're new. You know, it'll get you to concentrate just on a few stocks. I'm going to explain. It's going to create a watch list for you automatically. You don't have to do anything. So we do have, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the explosive winners channel, this race here, this race is here. It's basically this race, my biggest gainers from the open. They call it relative strength leaders from the open, but it's basically the same race. I have adjusted it a little bit. I've changed the price range. I've upped the minimum volume, etc. But it's in essence the same race. Okay. So if you see anything in a layout, in our theme-based layouts or channels, and that you want it to make part of your own layout, all you have to do is, you know, go to the one and right click and duplicate into a free floating window. What you're doing is basically you're taking the scan out. So now it's free floating. And here it is, okay? Popped up on my other monitor. So what you do now is you can right click and then save it to the cloud. Save or share to cloud and save it. And why you do that? Because you can go through the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like. But again, I caution you, don't go overboard. But you save them to the cloud and then you can file from our toolbar, file load from cloud, and you will see them. And you highlight one, load it, file load from cloud again, highlight another one, load it. And that's a way in which you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to create any layout or any scan from scratch. Okay. But let me show you what I mean about, the difference between a scanner and a screener. I'm going to click on the momentum channel. So this is a scanner, okay? This is an alert window. If I right click and I click on configure, it shows me exactly what it's looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. These two are kind of the key ones. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, okay? This is sort of the screener. Where the scanner comes in is you can set a real-time alert, assuming all these values are met, you can set a real-time alert. In this particular case, it's a stock, if it makes a new high for the day, meeting all these values, then we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing AAOI right now in this one. So again, if you wanted this one, you just, again, duplicate into a free floating window, and then you can save it to the cloud. Understand, I'm not trying to show you, all like everything about trade ideas. I'm just trying to give you an overview. That's why we have the guide. So again, it's important to know. I mean, that's why, now, that is the alert that we have here. We have a lot of different alerts that you can use. Most of the time I just use a new high, new low, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And then when you scroll down here, these are all of the filters that we have. Now, you don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason we have so many is, we have all sorts of different trading styles out there. And so when the company started in 2003, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Now, if you took this one, again, if you right click and configure, you're going to see what it's looking for. You, of course, can make a change. I mean, you don't like this price range, for instance. So I've got between 1 and 50. If I wanted it between 10 and 100, I'll click OK. See, now it has changed. And then I can click OK again. Now it's been changed. I'll try to answer that question. I don't know on the SHPH, I'm not sure. Thought I saw it in here. Don't know. I have to see it. I mean, it's very possible that even though it was halted a couple of times, it showed up as a winner once, okay? But it's like anything else. Maybe some other stock eked out a bigger percentage, you know? It's, and that could be the reason. But I do see it did win a race once. So it is certainly showing up here, but again, some other stock may have just, maybe it was at the top here, and then some other stock, for whatever reason, not whatever reason, it eked out. It won the race. All right, guys. Is IMTE? I think Shady was into this one. Yeah, this CFVI is actually yesterday I was demonstrating. I'm going to go over this right now. In fact, yesterday I was demonstrating how you can place an order using this Brokerage Plus window in the simulator. And so I put an order to buy CFVI at 12.19. So we'll see if it takes it out. It's almost right there. So let me go over the races right now in a little more detail, but again, I would absolutely refer to the user guide. I mean, you're going to forget a lot of the things I'm saying. Basically, the races, this is the concept. All races start from a top list, okay? A top list window. This is the top list window that is generating these symbols. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and it has 200,000 shares traded, at least, and it's up 2% from the close, if a stock is really moving, you will see it in this race. Now, let me back up a bit because I just want to explain. Before we had races, the top list was used in this fashion. Top list window was used in this fashion. You could sort on any column header. If I double left click rapidly on a column header, so if I wanted to see the stocks that were up most for the day, I could do that. So right now, AAOI up 34%, okay, etc., all the way down. If I want to find the stocks that are up the most from the open, TCRT, up 30%, 29.7% from the open. All well and good, but how do I use that to trade? Well, I guess in theory, if I wanted to stare at this list and try to eyeball a stock that is really starting to move and change, yeah. But how crazy would that be, right? So what the race does is I'm running 4-minute races. And I've picked 4 minutes. There's no magic about it. I just decided I wanted to run 4 minutes races. So what happens is, you see this race has another 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes before it's over. And then once it's over, another race will begin. So what do these numbers mean? Now this is still halted? No, it's resumed. So there you go. Okay, Mohammed. Assuming this still remains at 7%, this will win a race. Or is it still halted? Yeah, it's still halted. So, I mean, there it is, but that's at the halt price, okay? But what these percentages refer to is since the race started, for like a minute and, well, 2.5 minutes ago, SHPH moved 7%. Okay, so that's what happened. And it got halted again immediately. TCRT, what these percentages again refer to is that's the percentage move since the race started. So if a stock is, moving up on the leaderboard, click on it and see what's happening. What I want to do, yeah, I might have to adjust it so we can see these percentages better, these ones. But anyway, so that's the whole basis of it. So instead of having to stare, I mean, look at EXK down here. It's changed from the open is 5%. What if, though, for some reason, all of a sudden it starts to move? Now it's 6%, now it's 10%, now it's 15%. You'd never know that, by trying to stare at a list. So that's where the races start. When a race starts, every stock starts off exactly the same way. Okay, they're all at a starting line. Whatever stock is moving the most relative to all the other stocks that meet the filter requirements, you will see it moving. Okay. So the next step is this though, because people say, okay, Great. I see a stock that's moving up. What do I do? Do I take the trade right now? No. I mean, you may, depending on what it looks like. That's why you've got to practice trading using our simulator that I'll get into. But you don't want to get into a situation where you're chasing something, but maybe it's not, but maybe it's breaking an important level. Maybe it's coming out of consolidation. That's why you've got to practice trading. But the other beautiful thing is that it is automatically going to create a watch list for you without you're having to do anything. You will see that there will be 10 symbols, okay? And that will be a watch list. And so what does it mean when it says TCRT 5 after it? That means TCRT won 5 races today. You should be watching this all day. I mean, right now it's resting, right? What if it starts to move again? So maybe you put a price alert at 270 or something, or click that buy button, and put it at, and I'm going to explain what I'm doing, you know. So put a buy at 270. You can practice in the simulator. So it won. Here's AMPX starting to move again a little bit. This was a SPAC yesterday. It was KCAC yesterday. The merger was completed, and now it is AMPX today. Maybe it's going to start to move again. Okay, it's coming crawling off the bottom. I mean, this stock got all the way up to 34 in the pre-market. Who knows, right? But I'm not saying okay, take the trade right now. You have to have some experience trading. What is maybe, these probably aren't going to follow the market too much, but maybe if it took out this, this level up here or 15, maybe it's going to get really rolling again. So all day long, what I'd be doing is I'd be clicking on the top 10, all these ones in the top 10, and clicking to see what's happening. Here's another one, IMTE. Maybe if it takes out this 172 area, maybe that'll get it going. But can you see how this can get you just to focus on one scan and automatically creating a watch list of 10 stocks for you to concentrate on? When you're new to trading, all this can seem very overwhelming. And when I say all this, I don't just necessarily mean our program. The whole market can seem completely overwhelming. So to get you to concentrate on one scan, automatically creating a watch list, and not worrying about all the other things that are happening, okay? And practice with it. You could spend 3 to 6 months in a simulator before you become comfortable. Now, I know most people don't want to hear that. You want to hear that, well, I guess with trade ideas, I can just click on an alert and just take the trade immediately. I'd love to be able to say that. But no, that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. And we have a great simulator. All you have to do, and all you need is our standard service for this. Hey, I just dropped a link called Brokerage Plus. Okay, if you click on the link, you'll see there are 2 videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Now, this is only available, not available if you're using the web-based version. Okay, and the race is soon to be coming to the web-based version. I can say that with a lot of confidence because I'm using the browser interface right now to give you this look. Okay. If I didn't use that, it would look like this, okay? And it would be, you'd see the stocks moving up and down, but it would be a lot more herky-jerky, okay? So anyway, I'm very confident that we'll have this on the web-based version very soon. But Brokerage Plus, no, I don't know. I don't know when or if, quite frankly, okay? But to use this as a simulator, all you have to do, first of all, just click on New, and Brokerage Plus, the Brokerage Plus window will appear. You may have different column headers, but that's okay. and then click on sim. Let me show you what you'd see first. You would see not connected. Click on sim for simulation, and that not connected will change to account. And click on account, and then simulated trading default. Now, I have a feeling what's going to happen is that all this will be automatic for you. Okay, you won't have to go through even those steps. You'll be in the simulator already, like when you load Brokers Plus. Just trying to, eliminate all the steps that you have to do. You mean, can you set the parameters? I don't quite understand the question. I mean, the AI is set, okay? You cannot, for instance, adjust the price range that you're looking at. If you didn't like the minimum, the volume, I mean, it's set. Now, how you trade it is up to you, if that's what you mean. But we do not. It sounds like you're talking more like auto trading. And look, I'm so against auto trading. You guys been in the room for years. I'll never auto trade. I'm very against it. But when you get an AI alert, how you trade it will be up to you, if that's what you mean. So you can make your own decision. The only thing is, I mean, you'll have an entry and you have a stop. Now you don't have to get in right at the penny. That's the other thing. I mean, I will never auto trade. Okay, never auto trade. Not just the AI, but I will always want to be able to click on an alert to see what's happening. Is it coming into a moving average I don't like? Is it coming into when I look? This is a short opportunity. Do I look left and see some support that I think it's going to be tough to get through? All those sorts of things. So I will never. I'll always want to do a quick check, and if it takes me 3 or 4 seconds before I make up my mind, fine. 3 or 4 seconds should not kill a trade. People, I think, get way too hung up. I'm not talking to you necessarily. I'm not talking to you, Billy. Just talking in general. In general, we get people going, well, I got the entry was at 1331 and I couldn't get it till 1328. So this is not a scalping. No, no, you can't. You cannot adjust. I see what you're saying. No, these strategies, there's no way to adjust that. Okay, so the answer to your question is no, Billy. Now, what I would do though, I mean, it's not that you get a lot of AI alerts. Okay, number one, it's not like you get 100 of them a day. You might get, I don't even know what the average is anymore. But that's why I'm saying you click on the alert, okay? And if you've got a single stock window, I mean, which I really recommend you have, you can see what the relative volume is right now, okay, for ALH for this one. And if that meant, yeah, okay, I don't mind that at all. It's got to be a certain relative volume. Then you can take the trade if you wanted, as an example, or maybe a volume. You wanted to make sure it was a certain volume. That's why I'm saying a quick check to see what's going on. It's not the end of the world, if this went to 1328 before you took the trade, as an example. But we have people, that get very upset with us because they, not so much with the AI, but they create their own trading strategy. And their trading strategy is this: I want to make a nickel with a 1 cent stop. It won't work. It may work in a simulator, perhaps, but it won't work real world. Yeah, the details window will give you all that information. So, and the details window is customizable. I mean, this is what I like to see. These are just filters. Now, this is set up here, the relative volume and the volume. You don't have to add that. That's already set up here, okay, automatically. But everything else, the float, the short float, and all that, that's just what I like to see. But these are just filters. So if there's something else that you wanted to see in your single stock window, It's just a matter of right click, configure, and then here are all the filters that we've got, all the filters so which could appear here. I mean, you have to go, if you go to the guide, it'll talk about the single stock window and how you can set it up, customize it. I am sharing this one right there. Okay, guys, CFVI is going. Now, I don't know why that didn't trigger. I know why. Just give me a moment. Hmm. I may have accidentally deleted it, because I had a buy order at 1219 in the simulator for it. I might have accidentally deleted it. So this will start trading as RUM on Monday, RUM. Now, one of the things that we've done also is the buy button. So if you look at a chart and you see the buy and sell button, and if it looks grayed out like the sell button I've got here, looks like grayed out. If your buy button is grayed out, then please download the later version of Trade Ideas. If you go to our homepage, I would download the latest beta. Because what we've done is, and we're just trying to make this easy. I'm not saying this is a strategy, but we're just trying to make it easy so that if you click on the buy button, you can almost instantly get into a trade. And this is how it works. Let's say I wanted to take CFVI, but I don't want to take it right now. Maybe if it pulls back to 1220. Okay, I'm just going to, do that. I click the buy button, and here are the crosshairs, and I'll drop it at say 1221. Put my where's the dotted line at 1221, and then release. And so you will see right there 1221. So if right on the chart, so if CFVI comes back down to 1221, it'll take the trade. Now it puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay, you can always, of course, adjust that, move it higher. It's just trying to take all the steps, okay, away from you, especially when you're just starting out. Of course, there's a way in which you could set up your own buy, with your own parameters. But we're just trying to make it easy at the beginning, just to show you how easy it is to get into a trade and how you can adjust things. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So now in the simulator, you can practice swing trading too. Now, not that I would really recommend swing trading in this market, but you know what? You can always practice. So, for instance, the TCRT, if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward till Monday. Okay. So now if I want to get out of a trade, I just flatten it. So if I had a bunch of trades in here in the simulator, I'll add some more. I just go to the one I want, I highlight it, and then I can flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. Half gets me out of half the position, and I can, of course, double my position. Okay, these are just some very, very quick hotkeys. Of course, if I could go right to the share box and pick how many shares I wanted to trade, and the price I want to get out at. But these are just some very quick hotkeys for you. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening here. Okay, that got stuck for some reason. I think I yeah, accidentally clicked on it, so that got stuck because the SHPH was moving higher. I'd love for this AMPX to really get, well, there it is, moving. I'd love to see it really start moving again. Traders will be looking at, wow, look at what happened in the pre-market, got up to $34. Could it be a crazy one again later? So why don't I drop a buy button in at around just over 15, or drop a conditional buy just over 15. Oops. And see if it takes that out. Now, I was demonstrating the TCRT. Remember, I was demonstrating how you could have, we were talking earlier, how you could drop that buy button above a certain price or at a certain price. If you thought maybe if it takes out a certain area. So that's why I took that trade. Now, of course, if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. The stop is of course crazy. You'd never have a stop like that down there. And again, this is just to automate everything for you. I'm not talking about auto trading, but just put the order in so that you don't have to worry about anything else. But obviously, what you would do, if it makes sense, is that you would never have a stop down at $2 for a $2.60 stock. Okay, that's way too much. But it's just putting a stop in at the low of the day. That's all. But as you see, I can raise the stop to probably a better area. Okay, that's a little better. Seeing these. Yeah, I'm looking at the AMPX. The spread is terrible. 1446, 1479. the smart risk levels is just a guide. Okay, so the question in our Trader Ideas questions tab, how do you use the smart risk levels? Okay, so every time, I don't know, do I have them here? I might have disabled it. Let me just give me a moment. Whoops. No, I got them. Okay. So every time you click on an alert, let me click on TCRT. Okay. So it's giving you a suggested, that dotted line, that red dotted line, it's saying if you got into the trade at 265, the stop, I just have to wait for that to disappear. The stop would be 237. Okay. It's a guide. You don't, of course, have to follow it, but it's a guide. And how that risk level is calculated, it takes into account the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the preceding 15-minute candles. I think it looks at the high and the low of the day, feeds those numbers into the system, and it generates a smart stop. This will change, of course, if TCRT all of a sudden popped up to 3 and I clicked on it, that smart stop would be moving up. Okay, so the smart stop is at the, like if you took the trade at the current price. Okay, and the target, nothing scientific. It's just double the difference between that entry and what the stop is. Okay, so let's just say for argument's sake, that was, let's make it 30 cents away. So this, if you took the trade at 265 and this was 30 cents away, 30 cents away, 60 cents, you'd have to, 60 cents on top of the current price would be the profit target. Again, it's not scientific in that regard. This is a little, at least there's a little bit more math involved. Okay, logic involved, I guess I should say. Does that make sense? So it's just a guide. How you use it will be up to you, of course, but so again, SES, if you took this trade, they're saying, okay, 572 is a suggested stop. Yeah, if you're new to trading, I mean that's not a bad feature. I mean, I flat out say I don't use it, but I mean, if you're new to trading, it's certainly a nice guide. So for instance, you could set up the buy button. I might even do that. You could set that buy button. So instead of having the stop at the low of the day, you could have the stop, you could be using the smart stop. A little more advanced. Wonder why they don't do that though. Make that the default. Yeah, I don't want to. I want to do it because I'm trying to keep it consistent for what everybody else would see. But of course, once you get used to using this buy button in the simulator, and then if you finally graduate and you want to use this V plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can set up your own buy button with your own, you can set up your own parameters for your buy button. Right now, it's buying $5,000 worth of stock at the price you tell it to, and it puts a stop at the low of the day. The low of the day stop. I mean, some people might do that. I certainly wouldn't, but Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, Billy, yeah, it's not a bad idea at all, okay? Not at all. If you're new to trading and, trying to figure out where to put stops and all of that, yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea at all to use the smart stop, I guess. Give me a moment, guys. What time is it right now? 11:17. So yeah, in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Just a lot happening behind the scenes at Trade Ideas that I'm trying to keep up with. Okay, so that's why I'm not talking as much right now. All right, guys. AMPX on the move here. On the move now. AMPX. So remember, I put this buy order in at 15.16, and that was in the simulator. Now, because this is so whippy, you might say to yourself, "Oh boy, I want to, I could take out half, or I could flatten the trade right now. Just get out of the trade. This is going to be very whippy, and protect your profit." And why I like having this column here, the distance from the exit price, this tells you, well, how good was my exit? Okay. So you get into a trade and you exit the trade. Of course, you'd love to see a big negative number. What that would mean is, well, where I got out of the trade, it's way below the price, which is what you'd want to see, of course. Now, I'm just using this as an example. I mean, this one could rip higher, obviously, than where I get out at 1549. And, I mean, if it got up to the $34 level, I'm not saying it's doing that, you'd see a big positive number there. But this could get really interesting later, guys. I mean, I think if it can take out this, I know you're giving up about $1.50 or so, or $1.30 or so, but you can kind of see on the AMPX, if you have a 15-minute chart, you see there are two topping tails right around 1669. If it takes that out, it needs to get really rolling because remember, it did hit 34 in the pre-market. Well, guys, I really wanted to take this Lucid. Unfortunately, I did not take it. But look at this Lucid now, LCID. Mentioned this earlier as a potential short when it was doing this. Actually, I'm wrong. When it was got up to about 1747. So it did pop a lot higher, but that's even better, to take a look at a short. But anyway, I did not take it. All right, guys, there's the AMPX. Now, here's that distance from the exit price, okay? 67 cents. Okay, this could go crazy now. If it takes out this 1661, this could go crazy. A lot of volume coming in too. But it is whippy. Definitely, you can see. You can just see. I mean, look at that. Got to get a bigger chart up so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So look here. That's the 9:30 candle, and that is the 9 o'clock candle. There's lots of volume in the pre-market. So right here, that's around 1680 or so. Okay. Look what it got to right now. Got up to 1652. Very close. You can kind of see if it can take this level out, then it could have it could really fly. No guarantee, of course, but here's this China EV play, LI. Look at the room underneath this one, I think, anyway. Yeah, there's about $1 to the next low for LI. SJ in the pre-market, it was popping up on in the pre-market. So I mean, it had okay. This was yesterday. Okay, this is the 15th, holding Q2 sales. So this was announced yesterday. This is 7:04. So this is pre-market yesterday. So I don't know. I mean, it may have been just so that was a reaction. Maybe just I don't know what to say. I don't know why it's down so much, but that obviously popped it yesterday, and it was a bit of a continuation. But you're right, the selling just came in and slammed it. I'm sure you meant NYT, New York Times article, probably right, instead of NTY. Or maybe not, I don't know. Why would the New York Times care about this one? This is Williams. Look at the volume coming into AMPX, guys. Biggest volume bar of the day. Boy, it's getting so close, guys. Again, this is not a recommendation to buy this. I'm just pointing out an area on the AMPX. Okay, I was just going to ask Andy if it's him today, and it is him today, yes. So Andy will be in our YouTube room noon between 12 and 1. So in about half an hour, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so we can head over to YouTube and listen to Andy. Well, look at LXU. Interesting, sitting right on the 200-day moving average, 1558. There's the 200-day moving average for LXU, sitting right on it. So look at HLIT right now, guys. I mean, you just see that if it can take out this 1208, that looks like got to be the all-time high, 1209. Unless there's something way back here. Oh, wait a minute. So it looks like the all-time high is around 1225. This is back in beginning of the year, around January. In January, this has definitely not been affected by the market, obviously. No, I don't mean just the market today, but just in general. I mean, it's been doing nothing for quite a while, just kind of chopping around between 11 and 1150, but today it's having its day. I mean, it's just breaking out. And I'm just trying to see if there's any specific reason other than these price targets have been put on. Wow, that's why we wait, guys. Look at that AMPX now. That is why well, that's why I wait anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do, Pete. I mean, anything is possible, of course. Now you can get it down to this size, which is maybe not, you have to add more car. Well, you're not even on this one though. You're looking like this. And right now, that is the minimum, that it has to be widthwise. Yeah, that's the minimum. Can't shrink it anymore. Now, anyway. Well, you could get it this small. Why can't you? Why can't you? You mean in relation to your screen, you mean, or, I mean, I can extend it like this and then that's it though. Yeah, well, yeah, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's relative to my screen, it's only 20 because I've got a 32-inch monitor. But I guess the size can only be shrunk to a certain, yeah, it can only be shrunk to this. So it's always depending, so if you had a 10-inch monitor, or you got a 32-inch monitor, this is going to be the size. What else do you have on your screen though? As I'm trying to get people to just use it, what else do you have on your screen that you need? All right, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, again, there's a lot of stuff happening internally today, so I'm just sort of my concentration cannot be 100% in here. Seen go-go all day long, go-go. Your external link keeps disappearing. I have to keep doing it over. It's not a bug because it doesn't happen to me. I don't, so, okay. So let me ask you, before today, was it okay? You're talking about from the toolbar, right? From clicking on tools and then external linking and then establishing a link with IB? Okay. So you're not talking about Brokerage Plus, so you're just talking about from the toolbar. So, I mean, you obviously know what to do. You've done it before, and you're using the Interactive Brokers Live as the rule. I mean, it is not a bug because, that never happens to me. The link has been I'd say so steady for 5 years. So it's not a bug. So something's happening on your end. Um, and my link always remains. I don't have to do it every day. So are you talking about you have to establish the link every day and once you do, it works? So when you say disappear, you mean, tomorrow? Ah, okay. So once you establish the link, it's fine. It's not disappearing during the day. So I just need a yes to that. So what it's not disappearing during the day. It just Monday you'd have to reestablish the link. So what I need is a yes if that's what's happening. Oh, it disappears during the day. Ooh, during the day. Wow, that I don't know. Wow. That is so you're saying that you establish your link and then you click on some symbols and then it's all fine and then when you say disappear, what do you mean by that exactly? You mean it's not working or does literally this disappear? When I'm saying this, like it just disappears and you'd have to literally start from scratch. So in other words, there's absolutely nothing in the box. This will be, I mean, if this is happening, I mean, this is not a bug. I mean, it might be something, specific to your system. Certainly not a bug because this has never happened to me. And you're not closing down trade ideas and then reopening it and then, the link isn't there. You're talking about having trade ideas up and running and then something happens, the link again, I need to know, maybe it's just semantics. When you say disappear, or does it just stop working? Okay, so it literally disappears. Wow. Um, do me a favor and establish the link again. Okay. Yeah, it won't matter. Running the beta, it won't matter. I mean, I've run the beta. I'm on a development version, but I've literally had this for 6 years, I think, and the link has never broken. Because what they would ask you is, what steps are you doing? I know you're going to say, well, I'm not doing anything. You've got the link and now you're just clicking on symbols and, it loads like normal into your order entry. This will definitely be out of my realm if that's happening. I have no idea. You'd have to go to support, like our tech support, because we have a lot of people, we have a lot of customers who have interactive brokers. And I see all the emails that come into the company, plus, anything that would happen in the room. And I haven't seen one email like that. And believe me, we'd see a lot of emails if that's what was happening. Well, the linking is, yeah, especially if you're clicking on a lot of alerts all day long. Absolutely. It's a time for those who don't know what we're talking about. I mean, we can establish a link with most brokerage platforms. Okay, I'm not talking. It's nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. We can establish a link with most brokerage platforms by following this external linking tool. And what it does is just a great time saver. So instead of you're having to I see something moving, instead of my having to type the symbol in SHPH as an example, I just have to click on the alert and it'll load into your order entry. Yeah, you can link more than one broker at a time. Yes. You can link, within reason. You can even go to web pages and things like that if the link can be established. There, in theory, is no limit. You just keep external linking, then you would keep adding a link. Boy, if this is not a demonstration of, having the patience, the ANPX guys. I mean, I basically said I like this. I like this a lot at 16. I think it's around the 1660 level or 1670 level, taking out those highs there. Came close. I didn't bite. Now, listen, had I bitten, I would have had a stop. I would have got out. But, I mean, look at this now. Ugh. And the Lucid, what a great short that would have been. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. A little distracted though today. There's a lot going on internally that I'm trying to keep up with. So, ugly, ugly market, guys. Oh my gosh. I mean, the choppiness now again in the SPY. Great day to just sort of sit on your hands sometimes. I mean, the choppiness here. I mean, these topping tails and some bottoming tails. And I mean, it's just really, really difficult. I'm not saying there's nothing out there, but swing account. Good grief. Swing account. What the heck is that these days? William. American Eagle. Yeah, I just don't see anything, guys. I really don't see anything. I mean, anything long is just such a such a challenge. How about just with IB? That's really strange, Pepe. If you hadn't done that with Notepad as a test, but how about with IB? So you're talking about you had tools external linking. So you had your IB link and then you added a link to a notepad, your notepad, and you saw the link there. You close down notepad, and then that line disappeared. The link for with notepad. Okay, not interactive brokers. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. I've never closed down interactive brokers during the day. I mean, maybe that link disappears if I shut. I don't know. I've never closed down interactive brokers in all the years I've had it during the day. It does, so that it would stay. That line would actually stay there. Okay. Which makes sense, I know, because the link is always there. It's always there for me. And you know what? It doesn't matter if I close down Trade Ideas first or Interactive Brokers first. I know there's supposed to be you do this first and then the next one. I've never had a problem. It really hasn't mattered which order I shut down. But you're talking Notepad, so yeah, I don't know. But if you told me that the link would disappear while you're using, I mean, it just doesn't happen with me, as you know, as I've said. It's funny. It's never happened because I often do that, Pepe. I often just close IB and then I continue to do stuff within Trade Ideas, and of course I'm clicking. The next day, I just I shut down my computer. Next day, I fire it up. Link is always there. Maybe I'm just lucky, and I don't run it. I don't run it in administration mode. Either one of them. All right, guys. It is now 9 minutes to noon. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Andy will be there in about 9 minutes while I take my break. So there is the YouTube link, guys. So you can click on that once Andy is there. And again, he'll be there. He'll be in the YouTube room in about 8 minutes or so. I mean, look at CFVI. I mean, these are just so darn whippy. Gosh. I mean, gets up to 1250, moves all the way down to 1180, and it pops up. I mean, these are just too whippy for me. These would be days when I'd be sitting my hands all day unless I saw something I absolutely loved. The only one seriously, the only one I really liked was that short, the Lucid short. I just thought, okay, I mean, this market, how's that going to possibly persist? But and I would have taken the AMPX if it had broken over that 1680. So this afternoon, what I'm going to concentrate on is just some shorts, guys. I mean, nothing maybe from these races. That's what the market does, of course. But unless the market takes out this 385, I'm talking 385. Just a few days ago, it seemed like 400 was the magic number. But Well, here's look at ESPO, about $2 away from that 200-day moving average, so it has a little bit of room underneath. ESPO, SBW, SBOW, sorry. Look at the on a 15-minute chart. Doodledum in our YouTube room asks why 1680. So when I look at a 15-minute chart, and it may not happen, obviously. I mean, it just may not happen, but AMPX, sorry. So look at a 15-minute chart. So you see here at 9 o'clock, we have a topping tail there. At 9:30, the opening candle, it got up to that level also. You can see right here on that 11:15 candle, it almost got there. So I figured that if it could take this area out, that 1682 out, it might have a run. Because remember, it did get up to 34 in the pre-market. So that was my reasoning, okay? I mean, if it had taken out 1680, there was no guarantee it was going to keep running. But then the next high, looking left, was almost 19. So that was my reasoning. So I put my price alert there. Never happened. It's going to probably open when I'm taking my break. $2.3 million at 415. 2.3 million at 415. Why does it say 230? Oh, you're saying that's what it's indicating it's going to open at? So well below that 415. Okay, well, that won't be good. But if it gets over that 415 at some point, maybe. But we're really grasping for straws right now. Yeah, TMC is still going. Nice one, Shady. I know you took that one. Good for you. It's really going. All right, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. I am, in fact, Andy might be there. I have the site on mute, I bet. Okay, unmute the site. Stop my music. Okay, get the announcement in that I'll be taking my break really soon. So, yeah, but okay, so you're saying the rule is set to none, which of course that's what it's not supposed to be set to. If I'm understanding you, the rule is supposed to be Interactive Brokers Live, right? Andrew, how are you?
Barry, my friend, how are you, buddy? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just give me a moment. I'm going to mute the
No
other
problem.
guys. Andy is in the room now, so I'm going to mute you guys. We'll see you at about 1 p.m. Andrew, yes, I'm
All
here.
right.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen real quick and take over so you can take a break. How things going today?
Well, not bad, I guess. I'm
Yeah,
really kind of sitting on my hands, not really doing too much. Hard to get, even with the small ones, hard to get too enthused about, going long. I know typically they don't follow the market too much, but it's just hard to get too enthused about anything right now going long. I've been actually
it is.
concentrating on some shorts. I
Hmm.
look at that Lucid short, which I unfortunately didn't take. I talked about it. LCID, look at that short from 1770 down to 1660. But because it just seemed to me that it was way ahead of itself.
Oh
And
yeah.
how could in this market it continue? Could it continue
Yes.
like that?
Oh
So,
yeah. Yeah,
but
that's those
anyway,
are those are great little setups there because you got a very bearish daily chart, getting close to its 50 period moving average there.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Yep. I like that. That's contrarian thinking.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, my friend.
Yeah,
Now,
take
do you
off,
have
buddy.
to? Can
Yeah.
you stay till 1, or do you have to
Oh,
go early?
absolutely. No, nope.
Okay,
I am
I
full
was checking.
hour. No problem.
Okay,
All right. Thanks,
okay,
Barry.
okay. Bye bye.
Appreciate it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name's Andy. If you're in here for the first time, I know most of you are not, but welcome. Hey, Iris, how are you? How are you? How is everybody doing today? I mean, it's tough sledding. Me, I'm not doing too much. I had some longs yesterday. Luckily, I sold half of them, or more than half yesterday in the little run up there, and also got short. I got long some TZA to hedge the other bit. Now I've gotten stopped out of most everything, and I still have a full position in my TZA. So, yeah, the smart. It's tough. It's tough. This is what we call a bear market, and we haven't seen anything like this in, gosh, I'd have to say, 12, 13 years. I mean, we've had some quick pullbacks, but I mean, this is going on really 9 months now, and going into the 10th. So, um, it, I tell you, if you can stomach this, in other words, if you're cutting your teeth in this market, and I mean, if you've been just started trading, let's say the last year, this is actually really good for you because you learn to navigate some really treacherous waters. Uh, and it can be very advantageous to your career. That's kind of what happened to me. I got about a year of when I started in the late '90s. I got about a year or two of some really good tape, and then boy, we hit the internet bubble, 2000, and boy, I learned real quick that, but if you don't adapt and change your ways a little bit, yeah, you're not going to last long. So believe it or not, I know it's not fun, but it can really build some trading character, and you can develop the ability to adapt to changing markets because it's not always a pretty tape like we've seen where it's just a bull market forever. It seems like it's been forever. Mike C, how are you, buddy? All right, guys. Once again, if you have any questions about, maybe some configurations you're trying to build, or uh, any questions about the software, yeah, just hit me up, and I will do my best to tackle it for you. Uh, other than that, we can talk strategies and different different ideas. We kind of show you kind of what I do. I mean, I think it helps. Uh, a typical trade for me was this EVGO. Now I jumped back in it today. I'm probably going to get stopped out here in my account at 922, but this is one that charge point was having a really good, really good move off of, say, for about a couple of weeks. And I've been watching this one. And actually, what I'll do is when I'm staking a stock out, so you can see it was kind of holding up here, bouncing a couple of times off the moving average. So what I'll do is maybe buy half a position, anticipating a move. Now it was below its moving averages, but and then what happened yesterday, right out of the gates, I'm already in a position, kind of anticipating, looking for these setups, and I'm okay if it's not cleared, a bunch of moving averages. If I'm wrong, I only have half a position, and I can get out real quick. It's not going to hurt me. But what happens is yesterday it just took off, and immediately I added to my position, and I had a nice full size. Well, playing the market yesterday, obviously, I said to myself, I got a good size in this. I'm going to scalp. So I basically scalped, I'm going to say 80% of this, okay, yesterday. So I held on to 20%, and then I bought it when it came down here. I added to my position when it came down here to basically the 10 moving average. You can see it's there at 925. I actually bought it at 930. And but when I do something like this, because now I'm back in a full position, I will cut it real quick. As a matter of fact, I just told you if it takes out 922, I'm going to be out. So when it's a tough tape like this, I'm quick to take profits, and I probably did this same style with about 4 or 5 other stocks yesterday. So I call it like surfing the market. It's sometimes it's even too quick to be call it swing scalping. I'm just kind of surfing the market, basically going with the ebbs and flows of the market. If I take in profits, if they fail, I get out. Uh, only let's see, the only positions I have now, that one, I'm like I said, I'm about to get stopped out of that one if it prints a 922. I don't like putting those hard stops in, but I had to run for a quick errand, and I'm not going to go change it. I'm just going to let it take me out. Now, if it was a bullish tape, I would probably just use a price alert and then go and take a look at it. But I'm uh, I'm ready to get out of everything. So what I did yesterday, so I scalped out of probably I had like coming into yesterday, I had like 11 or 12 positions, and trying to think of some of the else. Oh, Snap yesterday off this 20 period. I came in long yesterday and had a really nice move, scalped out of like same pretty much the same thing. And I did get stopped out of the rest of that. It didn't hold that low, so I just went ahead and cut that. Trying to think what else. Netflix. I really like Netflix. I bought today, and I really like the way this thing is bucking the trend. Uh, Now, full disclosure, I was in this thing and it got me. It got me yesterday. It got me, and yeah, I was not very happy about that. But it didn't hold that 50 period. So I said to myself, you know what? That's barely a close below that. They're still showing some nice relative strength in this stock. And then yesterday, it got me, and I held on to the first move yesterday. No, I'm sorry, the day before, right here. But then when it took out that low right there, it got me out. Yeah, I don't let Peter, I don't let news and stuff like that, affect, in most cases. I don't let it affect me too much. I play charts, and usually I'm like I said, my average hold time is probably 3 to 5 days. So I don't get married to anything. Uh, had a real nice trade in VNet the other day. Bought it on this day at the open, and I stayed in it basically for 3 days, and I did get out today, pretty much right here around 6. But and another one that I scalped a lot and held on to position, but still may go. I got an alert there if it wants to try to break through that 620. Could not get through it the last couple of days, but uh, typically this is Peter, getting back to your thing, I think a lot of times if you look too much into, unless you're investing, that's a different strategy. Uh, I don't let any sort of like news out there. I don't even hardly read news. I just play setups, play charts, and got a pretty decent size in this TZA. Looks like it's so IWM is probably going to lows, close to it. If you can break this level, I added to a little bit today, but yeah, Netflix is really kind of breaking the trend there, trying to go to highs. But this is a common strategy for me. Uh, if I'm in a stock, I did it back over here in the spies. We got close to this 200 and had some nice gains, and then I'll put on a short via the TZA or SQQQ, whatever I decide. I kind of like playing the TZA. It depends on how the charts look like, but uh, and then I'll put stops in, or at least uh, price alerts, so I can go and exit a trade really quick. And then what ends up in normally happen is I get stopped out of all my longs, and then I'm net short, which uh, could happen right here if everything gets me out. Uh, but looking at the spies there, and then looking at the Qs way below these breakpoints. And then if you look at IWM, obviously there's some relative strength there, but I think this may have more fall to it and catch up with the other major averages. They're far below this level back over here in the early September. So I think if this IWM can take out this 177.50, only 25 cents away, maybe I'll get some nice movement there in my TZA. Along the CBAT, because these battery companies last couple of days were having a good day, and this one was actually setting up. I know it's a little cheap stock. I don't play too many cheap ones like this, but of course the market got the best of it today, but not bad, only down 4 cents. Mike C says ADN, I'm holding for the future. Yeah, that don't look bad. Don't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. Nice gap up there, and has basically been putting in a nice rounding, and trying to get above its 200 there. I don't know if these numbers are right, but 46 million in cash and zero debt. Nice revenue growth. Still not making money, but that could change with that kind of revenue growth. And you had a not sure what the news was here. I don't know if that was earnings or what. Maybe Mike C knows, but since that point, it's not kind of doing a nice little rounding pattern. If you could take out these highs right here, you got a free ride. I never call anything a free ride to that, possibly that point right there. It's a good looking chart, Mike. I would like it more if it was 538 versus 338, but still, nice. I like it. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Uh, As a matter of fact, a close above that 200. I may have to. Of course, I don't want to. I really don't like chasing anything green bars in this market, but that's not too bad there. Put alert here if it gets. Put it about right there. Yeah, EVGO is about to be gone. As a matter of fact, but I'll just add a stop order at 922, so I'll know that that's gone. This is Netflix. I've actually been playing a lot over the last several months, just because I really believe this is one that can rebound from. It definitely took a fall from from its lofty heights up here, but yeah, I think this is one that's going to be around for a long time, and you know, this could be one I keep trying to get in it and stay in it, but of course then it breaks down. But it's one I'd like to be in if and when the market bounces for good. But we could be in a downturn for a while. Did IWM go to lows before the market? Nope, trying though. Check out Holly today, see what she's up to. A lot of shorts, couple of chases this morning. I noticed NCR. I could still roll over and go lower. Same there. Ooh, that was a nice one. So Holly doesn't mind going after and chasing some shorts today. Yeah, looks like my EVGO is gone. Fine. One thing you don't want to do is when you make good money on it yesterday, just is fall in love with it, and you got to draw the line in the sand. You're going to try them again. Yeah, yeah. If you're a good short seller, short selling is tricky for me. That's why I don't do a whole lot, because if I wasn't so busy with trade ideas, I just don't have a. You got to be on your game when it comes to short selling, and really for me, the best shorts are. It's okay to pile on the ones that are getting beat up, but you got to be careful about chasing too many shorts, because when they turn, it can be vicious. But yeah, yeah, Iris, you're correct. It's if you had a backhand this year, you did very well. I like this. I got a good price yesterday on this CVSI. I put a bid in at 1040. I'm sorry, 1140 yesterday, right at those moving averages, and came down, went a little bit below, but then bounced, and then I added to my position in it. So My average is 1151, but got an alert in it. I don't have a stop in it, but I do have an alert if it breaks through that 1033 level. I want to know about it. I tell you, these solar stocks still holding up very well. There's First Solar, there's Sun Power, Run. You zoom out a little bit. Got too many, not enough days on these things. All right, let's take a look at the markets and where we might be looking. Kind of in no man's land right now. There's no real, support. I guess someone could argue maybe 380 in the spies is looks like a level that we could go to, and somewhat of a pivot area if you drew this line right here. You got a couple of points that we could, one right there. You got a couple of right here. Kind of a mess right there, but then you have a couple of blows right here. So yeah, I would say 380 is a interesting level in the spies where we could find a little bit support. See what it's like going back here. Yeah, a little bit. Check the cues out. Once again, no man's land, kind of like the spies. Now you're looking at around 279 area for the cues. Very similar. There's that same low that we saw on the spies back over there, and definitely have some support right here and then there as well. So 279, 280 area for the cues, IWM. And a lot of times, what's a good thing to do is just, and I don't know why I just didn't do it, just go ahead when you look at these levels, put a price alert so you'll know. Maybe if there's something you've been watching, you're interested in buying. Maybe when this goes off, IWM. Yeah, boy, it's just now breaking. There's really not a lot. I mean, I guess one could argue that this is kind of a pivot level. You do got some congestion right here. Yeah, I really think you're possibly, looking way down here, but Iris Mike C is asking you if you short stocks. I'm always leery about you got to be careful what you short and take home overnight. That's the problem. You get in the wrong thing and you wake up the next morning and there's a merger, a buyout, or something like that. I mean, that could like blow you up big time. That's why I kind of favor, shorting the averages. I mean, you get better moves out of individual stocks, but I'm always worried about getting in the wrong thing and getting, be on the wrong end of news. Get a 30% gap up. So far, this Netflix just does not care. There's definitely been a buyer in this the last few days. SPYs looks like they want to go test lows for the day. All right, let's see here. Jamie Lee says your TZA is getting ready to launch. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Of course, I always like to defer to IWM, which just took out that low and it's taking out this area over here we talked about. And what you'll find with me, I'll never like short levels like this. That doesn't mean it can't work. It just what I like to do is uh, be the guy that shorts. Let's see, where did I short it last? Oh, I think I was short. I shorted on this day right here on the IWM. I got long TZA, but I did cover this somewhere where I think I may have been on this day right here. And what I did is yesterday, but I started out as a hedge. Okay, so yesterday I had some really good positions that were working for me, and so I put on a hedge and bought the TZA and not in anywhere near highs. Well, you can see here I added to it, so my average price now is 35.71 in TZA. So you can see right around in here, but that's because I added to it. I think my first entry was back over here, and then I think I added to it today actually. But I just added like uh, was only a quarter, or maybe a third of a position that I added today. And now I'm pretty much stopped out of all my longs. Well, I got to do something with this CBAT. Uh, Let me let that go. I'm way down. Average price 37.5 cents. Yep. VGO is going lower. Gonna check something real quick just to make sure my stocks executed. And yes, they did. Really only got half size right now in this Netflix, so I could stomach, a pullback or two. Yes, yes, FTX. I saw them coming through my extreme high low this morning. Yeah, that's ugly. UPS is right there with it. and look at my composite rating. It's very seldom that you only see it has to have a score above 90 to be on my composite rating. And typically, you at least will see maybe 20 to 30 stocks on here. Now it's dwindled down to about 8 stocks, 7. And First Solar, you're seeing a lot of, look at this ENPH. Yeah, the inverse, you get really some really good bang for your buck in those inverse stocks. I mean, like this this TZA, from 35, so basically almost, $3 in a move. It's a nice percentage move. Like today, just look, it's up almost over 7.5%. The problem is that cuts both ways when you're wrong, but and they're toxic. They're toxic. You don't want to stay in these forever because they kind of lose value. A good way to just notice it is to look at IWM. IWM has broken through this low over here, right? But let's take a look at TZA. It still hasn't taken out its high from back over here. Is that just where they get you? Wall Street's going to always win the game, but it's still a great vehicle to for uh, short term uh, momentum, to the downside of the market. And I tell you, these things can get really crazy. You go back to the financial crisis in 2009, 2008, 2009, when, oh man, stuff was like, falling out of bed for days. And these things can get really crazy because they triple based on the current price. So, uh, yeah, I mean, if the market were to get crazy for a few days, this thing you can see happen over here, man. Boom, went from 35 to 50, almost 20 points in a week. So you can imagine if it really got scary in the market, how much these things can explode. I can remember VIX back in the may have been the internet bubble, went up to like 1500. That's the triple the sorry, the triple VIX, whatever it was. But yeah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's something like that. It got really crazy. Is there a place to find stocks on your composite rating? Well, I could just share you with you. It's very simple. Uh, this is going to show everything up on there. So I'll just give you this window. Uh, and it's a great place to find relative strength. I look at it every morning when I'm making my list for stocks to, for the eye. I mean, it's been tough to trade the eye lately because, yeah, the market. Yeah, that's why you got to scalp. You got to take some off when you see it. So let's do composite rating. Oh, I have a race in here for the composite rating. It looks like. There you go. This one right here is the one that you're looking at on my screen. So let me just share this with you. There you go, Jamie Lee. Boy, look at this Netflix. It don't care. Just went to highs, trying to go positive. Always stocks that act like this always get my attention. I don't care if the chart is still, hasn't broken out or anything, that's fine. I just know that it's showing some serious relative strength the last 3 days, and it's definitely that was the trade of the week, as a matter of fact. So I tell you, if you're trading some of these trade of the weeks, I mean, maybe a good way, since we're in a very volatile environment, is to take smaller size and give yourself either more wiggle or jiggle. Because uh, obviously volatility creates some big price swings. So give yourself a little bit of leeway when you trade these things. Yes, Steve is holding strong. CFI is trying to bounce again. See if any other majors, see what Apple's doing. Ugly. Breaking down. Goog. Breaking down. Meta. Breaking down. It's, yeah. Netflix is definitely, you know, leading the way here. People are seeing some value in this thing. See what Roku's doing. Kind of a little bit of a. It's holding up. Maybe keep an eye on Roku if it can do like a, because if Netflix continues to, I know obviously they're different, but you can see Roku had a nice move yesterday with Netflix. But you may, if you get a nice to put an alert in here in case you get a go pause go for Monday on that Roku. Ugly, ugly daily. So be careful there. Now it's I'm tempted to add. I got, like I said, I have a half position in Netflix. I'm tempted to add, but man, market condition going into a weekend, I'm probably just going to be happy and content with my half size, and then I can uh, play it for Monday if if it wants to go. Really needs to break out of this level though. Thought it was going to do it right there. You can see it barely got above, but no, teased a couple of days and fell off with the market. Netflix a big down bar now? Are you looking at a 1 minute or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. It wouldn't. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me as it got close to the going positive. It may even went positive for a little bit. That some sellers came in this market. Bull had a nice little morning, but pulling back now. That's why I don't chase breakouts. See a lot of that in a bearish tape. If you're the ones that like to chase breakouts, it's just That's why I like to play setups, not stocks that have had a day or two of good moves. Different in a bull market, but all right. I tell you what, guys, what you might want to look at. Actually, Mike C likes to play the races in this, and so does Aja. They both told me privately that they've had great success running the races on Dawn of the Dead. And what you'll see a lot of times is, stocks when the big boys and the Apples and the Amazons and that start falling out of bed, a lot of times you see some money flowing into some of the beaten up stocks. Okay, well, Dawn of the Dead. Let's take a look at the configuration. It's basically just a top list. Has an EPS filter in there just to make sure the no ETFs are coming through. Position in lifetime range. It has to be in the bottom 10% of its lifetime range. Price needs to be above $3. Position in 5-day range. It's got to be in the top 10% of its 5-day range. So it means potentially this stock is, coming off the bottom. Average daily volume needs to do 300,000 shares a day. And I may change this. I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to do volume today, shares, and put in 200,000. That way, if you see a stock that may not average 300,000 shares a day, but some volumes, Barry turned me onto this. I'm glad he did because I've been changing pretty much all my filters to this. Okay, so anyway, let's take a look at potential patterns here. This one, eHealth. It's obviously, last couple of days has been good. People are, and expecting some value here after it broke through five for a few times, and now getting a nice little bounce. Ooh, there's that AAOI in RGD. So anyway, what they like to do is run races on this. Yeah, I'll share this with you. Uh, and what you could do is just set up a race, right? Just go in here and launch a real-time race. And remember, guys, if you want to reconfigure it from its default setting, just stop it. Okay, once you stop it, you can go in and you can go show race setup, sort on server sort. That's going to be whatever you have is your sort for your column. So on this one, I think I have relative volume, and then it's using change from the close. Let's change this to change from the open. I got to have a column, don't I? We'll just do change for the close. You can configure this however you want it. And it's just auto start on load. There we go. And then to run some races on here. So, uh, in other words, if in this market, it can be very dangerous. Like I said, chasing highs in this market. Well, this is just kind of a little bit of a contrarian, way to look at things. Stocks that are looking better over a 5-day period, but they're in their bottom 10% of their lifetime range. So you can catch. I don't recommend. I mean, these can have some nice moves to them because what you can have is a lot of short covering. Anybody that's short and things start to bounce, they've had some nice profits. They start covering, then you have new buying interest come in, so you can get some really nice moves out of these. But just keep in the back of these are in a terrible downtrend on the long term. So if you're wrong, yeah, don't just get out. You got to be very disciplined, trading stuff like this. Like this is a good example. If this, popped above a 1 month high here at the open, and it looks like it may be going to lows. If I see something like this and I'm playing it, I get out quick. Look at Netflix go, would you? Look at that. I may have to add that other half today. It could probably gonna lift the market as well. Okay, I will. Dawn of the Dead. And now what I will look for too, if I'm trading this, it's really feels good when you have volume behind a move like this AAOI. You can see there, nice move this morning. This would have been coming across the races early, but look at this relative volume, man. That's huge. I mean, it doesn't have to be that high. Man, this is not bad. Almost 2.5. Now, if I was thinking about adding this, I'm not going to chase a big green bar like this. And that's what you got to tell yourself a lot of times because if you got a good position, what you're going to do if you start chasing some of these stocks is you're going to raise your average costs up. Okay, so let's say right now I'm in a 232 area right there, and if I buy it up here now, my average cost is going to be around 236, and a couple of points down, you're back to flat again. On a much larger position. Now, like I said, if it's in a raging bull market, that's a different story. But you know, this is this is something I would look to buy on a pullback, to its 10 period moving average possibly. But I don't plan on adding today, but if it wants to get crazy, we'll see. Okay, good job, Ron. Nice. Well, it was definitely once again getting back to relative strength, even though it was down on the day. When I started that, we were right here, and it was the market went to lows. Okay, its peers were getting hit pretty good, and this thing was just holding up very nicely. So if you're one that don't mind playing, uh, you know, $200 stock, I mean it's obviously got plenty of liquidity, so it's not like you can look down here and you can see most cases it's around a 5 to 7 cent spread, so it's not bad. Market tickled lows and getting a bounce now, so the spies anyway. And it looks like the IWM is all the major averages. Newmont's putting up a good fight today. Gold is not. that impressive. Silver is outperforming gold by a long shot. Look at the silver chart, and you got gold. Doesn't look anything like it. That's what makes you wonder. But anyway, what I was saying, Newmont's been in the dumps, and it was obviously the leader in the gold miners forever. And anyway, nice having a nice day and looking like it may want to go back to highs here. Oh, is Ron a like to trade calls or options? Okay. I used to trade them. I haven't. I just don't have much enough time. But yeah, I used to like because I like looking for setups that have potential to have a quick pop. Like that EVGO. I was just showing you, and when you got a good feel for something that may be about to run, I would just go in, and just buy a bunch of calls, scalp them out, sell most of them, in the big move for that day. Otherwise, if you don't sell, you're gonna get that retracement bar like we got today. It just can be so frustrating. Yeah, but that's the difference between a bear market and a bull market. Gosh, first soldier wants to go to highs. Yeah, I'm with you, Ron. I prefer trading the common for sure. Now, what I would do, because sometimes I like to bottom fish, is uh, well, I used to do it more. I don't anymore, but yeah, I would if I was anticipating a move, I would do it with options, just less risk. And if you do get that pop off the bottom, a lot of times it can be a really nice move. But Netflix is trying to help dig the market out. Netflix back to highs. Ron, what is three? What do you mean by three times funds? I'm not sure. I'm familiar with that instrument. Peter, not good. I mean, I would, personally, I would rather play something like Netflix showing relative strength versus, I mean, because all you got to do is look at the cues, and they're under pressure. So that doesn't mean they can't turn and have a really nice bounce here. They're in no man's land, and you're below all your major moving averages. Uh, Now, Netflix with a pretty decent rating. I'm not sure what it is anymore. It used to be about 5%, the makeup of the queues. I'm not sure what it is now, but it could have a little impact. And not only that, a lot of times people see Netflix having a good bounce, and next they're going and buying Facebook and Google and some of the others. But overall, yeah, the tech sector doesn't look good. Barry, I hear you, man. I hear you.
So, Andy, I'm trying to figure out if I like your voice or Jamie's voice better. Jamie, I call him, he's got that okay, 3:30 a.m. FM voice. We're going to play a little Sade. He's got that thing going, and you've got that great Southern accent. So I think it's a toss up. I think
It's
it's a
okay.
toss up. But both of
Well,
you guys, I love listening to you.
well, thank you, Barry. Oh man.
I know. We got to have some fun, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Uh, we were just noticing. I know you were looking at. You had a race built for the big cap stocks. I wonder if Netflix was coming through there today because it had a nice little
The
move
problem
there.
with that is I've only got $1 to $50.
Mm,
Okay.
gotcha.
I
Gotcha.
don't typically trade anything over that. The interesting thing that happened with that large cap is that nothing, and this is, I don't know if we can call this a bug. And Steve, I love your voice too. Um, you just got in there. I don't know if we call it a bug or not, but this happened earlier this week also. Absolutely nothing was showing up. So I
Really?
have the race starting at 9:30, okay? Nothing was meeting the filter requirements. Consequently, if unless you manually start the race, it won't start, if that makes sense. In other
Okay.
words, I
Let's.
had to click on like that little right arrow because I was looking. Say at first when it happened, I think on Tuesday, I thought, oh, there's a bug in this thing, and then I realized, well, wait a minute, I've got a minimum market cap of 500 million, minimum flow to 50,000 or 50 million, up 2%. Well, the market was there was nothing that was meeting the filter requirements, so consequently that made sense then, but it didn't dawn on me. I thought, okay, there's a bug, but it happened again today, and unless I actually clicked on like starting it in manual mode, nothing would have happened all day,
Well,
if that
Barry,
makes
if you look
sense.
at my screen, you're going to see you don't have auto start at time checked. Now, if you check
I
that,
do. Well,
you
I
do?
do. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I have the one that you shared with me. So,
Yeah.
and I just now noticed that. But
Oh, yeah. No, well,
oh, okay,
maybe originally I didn't have it checked,
okay,
but oh no, I certainly have it checked now. Oh
okay,
yeah, auto start at time 9:30.
okay,
No, it was
okay.
working fine. It was working fine, except that again, if there's nothing coming through, then you might have to do an like a manual start. If nothing comes through at 9:30, you might have to do a manual start. Now it doesn't happen that often. Obviously, usually you get at least one one ticker, but in the
Sure.
market that we've had, it's just not happening
Okay.
sometimes.
Interesting.
So can you do a Jira for me?
You know what? I've
I
never
hate
done
that.
one, bro. I
Oh God,
know,
I
I
hate that.
know.
I hate
I
it. I
do
hate it.
too,
I hate
man.
it.
I
Guys, guys in the room are not understanding what we're talking about, but when there's a little bug that we notice, I'm just talking to the guys on YouTube. When there's a little bug we notice, we have to construct this what I call a very convoluted ticket,
uh-huh.
and it goes into our developers. And but anyway, so I just can't do them.
I know.
Just
I'm the same way, Barry. And sometimes when it's very just something you can explain real easy of what's
yes,
happening. And yes, and but yeah, I hear you. All right, Chris is the same way. He does a lot of them. So
yeah, I know. I know.
Oh,
All right, my friend.
all right.
We'll watch a little NFL football today, or not today, but on Sunday. What do you got for college
I was
tomorrow?
wigging out last night, man, because I came home and I'm
Oh,
like, "Where's?" It wasn't on my Hulu anywhere, and I'm like, "Where's the game? Where's the game?" And then of course, I went online and Googled it, or and it's Prime. Luckily, I have Prime Video, but
it's
uh,
interesting because in Canada we've got a service called TSN. It's like your ESPN, okay,
okay.
the sports network, and it was on our sports network.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, so I didn't
Huh?
have to go to Prime. I have Prime also.
Yeah.
I didn't have to go to Prime, and I saw a lot of complaints about it.
Yeah, I bet. I
Buffering
bet.
issues, and all that. So yeah, but it's interesting. Yeah, in Canada, it's just on our normal, like your uh, ESPN, be like on an ESPN one or two.
Okay. Okay.
So
Interesting.
yeah,
That's they must have some sort of deal with Amazon because I know they had exclusive rights, but maybe
yeah.
they,
Well, they were
yeah.
advertising the heck of it, of course, on during the
Sure.
game at Amazon. So anyway, just another reason to move to Canada.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay, Andy,
I'll,
I'll let you
and
run.
on that note, man, I'll be leaving. All right.
Okay.
All right, Barry. Have a great weekend.
You bet. You too.
See you, everybody. Bye bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my music started, and then I can. Here we go. So, guys, I'm getting a little more aggressive here on the late in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the things that are coming through, and I think I said this earlier this week. I'm actually finding that it is no such thing as easy, but maybe a tad easier to trade in the afternoon than in the morning. The morning, of course, gives you the biggest bang for the buck. Sure, the things can keep running, but what I'm noticing a lot more, maybe because I'm concentrating on these races, is that given 4 or 5 hours for something to finally to set up and do nothing, and then all of a sudden start to move, and I'm finding it. And then when they do make a move, usually it can last maybe 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Whereas in the first 15 minutes, stocks just can jump up and down so quickly. Of course, I'm not saying that for everything, but for instance, and I'm not saying that this is. I'm sort of in scout mode on this, but the PCT for as an example, I noticed I came through the race right here. Now, what the first thing I noticed though was this red bar ignored. Okay, the red bar ignored on a 15-minute chart for PCT. And so I ended up saying, you know what, just take the darn thing. It was I don't even know if it won a race. I think it was just moving up on the leaderboard. And I took this and went from about 1050 all the way up to 1065. I mean, not earth shattering before it fell down. And I'm sort of doing the same thing, though I don't think this is a green bar ignored on for GRNA. GRNA. Yeah, it wasn't a green bar ignored, but you know what? Take the thing, put a tight stop, 3 cent stop, and see what happens. That's. But I've been finding that if the market were any good, the market starts putting in a bit of a bounce, or we get into a better sort of a market. I really think that waiting even all day for these setups not the worst thing. Now I understand most people can't maybe or don't want to wait all day, but maybe start, you come in at 1 o'clock Eastern time and start your races and see what happens. Anyway, I've just been noticing this. Will you sponsor us? You mean your move to Canada? And somebody in our YouTube room. I was just pulling Andy's leg because the football game last night in your country was only on Prime, Amazon. In our country, it was on our equivalent to ESPN. So we didn't have to monkey around with. I think there was a lot of buffering issues, but anyway. So I said, well, another reason to move to Canada. Anyway, let's see. Avaya, yeah, there's Avaya. It's still kind of hanging around that $2 mark, and yeah, a lot of volume coming in, and moving up the leaderboard. Yeah, Netflix. What? Now did it fall? Did it fall? But excuse me, what a move it had. I mean, it's still hanging in there. That's a great move. You know, not a bad trade of the week. I don't know if it actually got stopped out. I don't know if it hit that 20 SMA. I know that was a stop on the daily chart, but I mean, to come up with this one, in the mid in based on what the whole market has been doing, not bad. It did trigger the first day. Could have made a couple of bucks. And then, of course, the next day was this red candle here. This red candle here. So I don't know. And then the following day, it did get down to 214. My guess is that might have taken out the 20 SMA, though I'm not sure. I don't have the 20 SMA on my chart, my daily chart. So that was this stop. Yeah, keep looking. I keep seeing LCID. That's definitely my, or sorry, LCID. My miss of the day on the short. Wow. Probably not at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure that they've had them. Oh, yeah. Right now, anyway, 4,000 shares. Right now. Ugh. Wonder how many there were here. Probably not many. They were probably being all snapped up here, and now there's some short covering, a little bit of short at Interactive Brokers anyway. But right now there were 4,000 shares available. But my guess is that there were none up here. Yeah, pretty smooth. I mean, there was, well, let's see, what was that bottoming? 1656. I mean, that's a $1.50 move. They had a bottoming at 1656, and then it did pop up, $1.50, and then it came back down again. I guess maybe for this one it's smooth. Now, that IPO, okay, so NXL did show up. Okay, yeah, ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Well, we're out of the. I guess we're out of the IPO market now, guys. All these little cheapies, right now, anyway. Ugly. Look at it. AXTA, guys. AXTA. Where's the next low looking left? That is 23.19. So not quite a dollar to the next low. So, if AXTA, if the market continues down, AXTA takes out 24. Oh, I see. Okay, thanks, Zach. Regarding the Avaya. Okay, guys, look at this. AZRE. So if you're coming to Canada, you better learn how to pronounce the Z. It's Z now. Okay, so all you guys coming up. AZRE broke down through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart so far. Now, to me, there looks like there's decent support around 575, but if it took that out, it's got a little bit of room underneath. Boy, I wish that weren't here. I wish that were more of a straight shot down to 540 for the AZRE. But I look at that 15-minute chart. Looks like there's, could be some support right around 575, but it is now getting down through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Oh, it's just ugliness here, guys. My goodness. Remember CLEU in the pre-market, and then when the market opened, got up to $1.34, 90 cents now. Through that. Ugh. So I'm just clicking on the ones that won races, and seeing if there's anything. So the TCRT, I mean, uh, it might struggle though to get through that level here, that 260 level. That's the issue I've got with it. How's the drug doing? Yeah, I mean, nothing's really holding its gains, and nothing's really consolidating, even like a little bit below the low of the day, that could give you a bit of a trade if it popped through the low through the high of the day. I'm sorry, did you say the low of the day? Nothing's really consolidating just below the high of the day, and so that if all of a sudden it got moving again, it wouldn't be that hard to take out the high and then maybe keep running. AAOI, I didn't get to that one. All right, so on my list here, number 5 on the hit parade. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Maybe if it get, this market, man, maybe it gets through 360, it could have a bit of a run. After hours yesterday, got up to 382. But I said this earlier, we're really grasping at straws here, guys. Oh man. Okay, guys, listen. This might be a bit of a scoop here. So, I've been talking about this promo. They may have made a mistake, okay? So, in case they do yank it, let me just put the promo code in here, guys. So until they yank it, it's still viable. So the 17 months for 12, the theory was that, if you took out an annual subscription, paid full like 2,000 for the premium and 1,000 for the standard, you'd get an extra 5 months. That was what it was supposed to be. But I think they made a mistake also giving you 25% off now. But right now you can do it. Okay. So, I mean, that's a sensational deal. It'll cost you 700. So for instance, it'll cost you $750 for a standard annual subscription, and you'd get it for 17 months at that rate, which basically works out to $44 a month. So, and if you took the premium, it would work out to, $92 a month. upfront $1,600, then that would work out to $92 a month. So I'm just going to let you know that's, I'm not 100% sure it's going to last. I'm not trying to sound too much like a used car salesman, but so again, here's my home page. So if you use that promo code, that's what you'll get right now. Okay, so if you click on my link, and not that promo code, of course, use that other one. I just put in the room. 17 months for 12. That's the promo code. Then you get 25% off still. And that's off the first month only, of course. But if you do take out that annual subscription, that's so anyway, you do what you have to do, but I'm not sure it's going to last. I didn't say anything about that, Mitchell. I don't know what how they're working with existing subscribers. Okay, I mean in theory it's for new subscribers. Okay, but just send something to support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and they'll let you know. I'm not trying to pass the buck or anything, but I just step aside from all of this. I let accounting figure it out. I don't know what they're doing with existing subscribers. I mean, in theory, it's just for new subscribers, but you never know. Okay. Look at Bull, guys. I wish I'd seen this a little bit earlier. Look at Bull as it's coming off 13. BOWL, Bull. Oh, I still have this alert set for FRGE. I think around that 450 mark. I said it, well, maybe 3 weeks ago. Ooh, should have been paying more attention to, well, pretty choppy though. Maggle, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Coming right back down. Nah, I guess I should have taken those 4,000 shares of SHBH and shorted. Though it's down 30%, it may have been hard to get. The uptick rule may have nailed me. My announcement out. All right, guys. So listen, all I'm in is GRNA and it's not doing anything, but no reason for me to get out. I'm in just a little bit under, a couple of pennies below GRNA. Wait and see if it has any sort of move. Yeah, look at Avaya coming right back, getting close to that $2 level again. Man. Oof. I hope nobody got nailed on that AMPX, guys. I mean, how many times I said, wait Well, I know I was waiting for about a 1680 break, and look at it now. Now it's no, I mean it's a it's a little bit of a trading vehicle if you can time these bounces. But wow, interesting, Zach. The only one that came in your topping play for me anyway was AZRE, and yeah, right almost to the penny to short it, 619. That was when I was on break. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Zach. We had the 1 day wonder. Can't even remember the name of it. The 1 day wonder on that reverse split that went up to $60 or so. NRBO, yes. And I actually did okay, I think, in the pre-market for the reverse split yesterday, but after that it was nothing. Well, Pixie also, yes. Pixie was the first one, I suppose. Definitely. But then NRBO was even crazier. I see your $42 high and I raise you to 65. All right, Eagle. Yeah, it's the first time we've tried something like this. You too, Harry. And we'll see you Monday morning. ADN, guys. So ADN is through the 200-day moving average, 340, a little bit above it. Little bit, I mean, again, not a ton of room, but a little bit of room, 15 cents. Oh, yeah. If you're in the standard or the premium, okay, I know the standard worked out to $44 a month. Yeah, so $44 a month. Tough to beat that. So yeah, guys, if you can afford the 750 upfront cost, you can get trade ideas down to $44 a month for 17 months. Okay? And that if you're an existing monthly subscriber, you can do that. If you're an existing annual subscriber, I don't know. Another one, another two. All right. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So we are having a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock Eastern, okay? And it is to discuss this promo. So again, I'm not trying to again be like a used car salesman, but the 25% may not be there, okay? I mean, it's going to be there for today, obviously, but maybe I don't know what they're going to do. I think they made a mistake. I mean, I just flat out made a mistake. So you want to take advantage of it, and there's still time. Well, Brian and Eagle Guy, they're a couple that took advantage of it. Oh, I see what you mean. Nah, I'm not going to get involved in that at all. Sorry, man. That's again, I'm not trying to pass the buck, but that is above what my job description entails. Well, all that's going to be discussed. Bull looks like it just wants to keep moving a little bit, guys. Bull, BOL, BOWL. And it's not really caring what the market's doing, okay? So it is kind of trading on its own to a certain extent. And what I like about it, it's got some room intraday to that 370 mark. It's definitely going to come up blue collar. I mean, it's definitely going to come up. What do we do with existing subscribers who want to take advantage of it? I think it's the 25% that's going to be tough as an existing subscriber. I think that is going to be maybe the trade off, but I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to listen in, hear what they're saying, maybe make the odd comment. Bull is an earnings play. You're right. It is an earnings play even. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know that. I think it didn't have that much. Had a lot of action after hours. It actually got up to 1427 after hours. They released after hours. Chew in. Yeah, right. Free for all. Ooh, eHealth. I remember I had this one yesterday. EHTH. This kept going. I had this one yesterday. Didn't, I think I made a couple of pennies or even lost a couple. I can't even remember. But this eHealth, yeah, look at this. EHTH. I mean, on a day that, really hard to find some little gems, this was a little bit of a gem from 5 all the way up to 560. That's a great percentage move. Good grief, this GRNA is just hasn't budged. Have to make sure it's still trade. I mean, I know it's not halted, but it just hasn't budged. I'm in at 67, so it just hasn't even budged. This Lucid, I bet you, I don't shouldn't say that, but I no absolute idea, but wouldn't, well, it did. I'm just going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if this thing went negative. Look at this now. Wow. What a great short. Anybody catch that short? What a great short. All right, guys, man, I'm just biding time now, really. Not really much happening for me. Mr. Dip Buy, let's take a look at SJ. Was buying it at 3. It's a 2-cent spread, unless it's 1 cent. So maybe it was wider when you looked at it. It's spread's okay. Yeah, I mean it's got a shot to the 330 level, 10%. That's where all the resistance is right now that I can see for it. Here's another one that had a sort of a decent day yesterday. Had the big bottom. I'm talking about AIKI. Had a bottoming tail down to 6, closed up here at 640, and is continuing to move today in the face of the market. The high of 2 days ago was 689, so it's a little bit above that. And it is over here. Yeah, so where could it go to before it hits the next area of resistance. So it looks like the next, wow, actually the next high is 985. That had a big spike. This is back in May. Big spike up to 985, pulled back, but that looks like, wow, that's the next high, guys. It's got some room. AIKI. Okay, so the TMHC, I mean, a little bit of room, not much. Yeah, well, actually, okay, on the daily chart, 2451. So sitting at 2413, I mean, that's not terrible. The intraday it has to get through is 2334, but it's trying to curl and it's holding the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So it's got a few things going for it. It has definitely kind of bucked what the rest of the market is doing. I don't know if what is it what is the ETF for home builders? I can't remember. Something H at the end? XRH or somebody's going to know. Oh, really? No H. Okay, XLE, thanks. Um, well, okay. No, 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 no. There's one for home builders. Yeah, that's not it. I'm sure there's an H in there. Uh, yeah, those are two. You're right. XHB. Take a look at that one. And I do recognize the other one, IYR. XHB, Barry. Yeah, home builders ETF. There you go. So it's not like the home builders are on fire. So Taylor and Lennar are kind of trading on their own. So that's the real estate. Okay, so I think that Pepe had it. I think that's the one that I'm familiar with. I knew one had an H in it. I thought it was, yeah. So it's interesting that those two are really trading on their own. TMHC. I mean, is there some news on them that we don't know? All right, guys, I'm out of the GRNA. Okay, the minute it moved off that, I mean, it was at 169, 160, or 170 forever, and I moved off that, so I've turfed it basically flat. Nail is another one, yeah. I don't know. Building supply, home builders and building supplies, yeah. So this one is up a little bit. Doesn't trade that much. Yeah, this has like 2 million, 2.4 million. The other one at Nail, I am familiar with that one though. That is very clever. ITB also. Look for the one with the biggest volume. Yeah, it's got volume two, home construction. Okay, yeah. Boy, oh boy, I haven't seen Herbalife in a long, long time. Remember when this one used to be so active with the war, the battle between those two huge hedge fund managers or owners, or you guys all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, it's got some room. The next low looking left is 2161. That is for HLF. The next low looking left is 2161. So it does have, or 21, yeah, 2164. So a little less than $1 away. So it's got some room. Good one, Zach. All right, guys. So just getting set for this meeting in about 5 to 10 minutes. Another one, it's got a little bit of room, guys. I think I just was talking about this ADTN, and it's got a little bit of room. The next high is 1918. You know, the AIKI coming into the 200-day moving average, 715. So there is that. I didn't realize that was there. It's staring right at me, but I must have missed that. But boy, it gets through that. I mean, again, the next high way over here, 990, almost $10. All right, one more timeout. All right, guys. So another little market downturn right here. I thought maybe the bull may go, but doesn't look like it now. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'll be on mute. I'll be in this meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. So, a couple of things that came out of the meeting. Number one, which I did not know. Now, to answer the questions of those of you with existing annual subscriptions, okay, something is going to be mapped out. Couldn't come to any kind of consensus during the meeting, okay? So we'll look at various scenarios. So I can't tell, but something will come out of it. The other thing that came out of it that I did not know, that if you take this 17 months for 12, that is recurring. Okay. So that's not a one-off. So if you're going to do this, and the 25% is valid right now. I thought maybe they would scrap it. Okay. So again, we've got the promo on that you can get, say, a standard subscription for $750 right now over 17 months. That works out to $44 a month. Or you can get a premium subscription for 17. You have to pay $1,600 up front, and again, running for 17 months. And that will end up costing $92 a month. But what I did not know, this will be recurring. So as long as you maintain this sort of subscription level, that's recurring. So that's a heck of a deal. I mean, I remember when I started at Trade Ideas as a subscriber back in 2010, I was paying $37 a month, $38 a month, and that was grandfathered in, So, yes, I mean, I'm just saying $44 then is a heck of a deal. So that's what came out of the meeting, okay? So again, I will put that promo code in again. Yeah, Mookie, you can definitely. I mean, you can definitely get that deal. I'll almost guarantee it. You signed up yesterday on an annual. I'll guarantee it. Anybody on a monthly right now, of course. Even if you signed up on a monthly deal, this is for annuals, right? I mean, you can still. I gotta sort of re-explain this, I suppose. I mean, the promo is good for the first month. If all you want is that monthly subscription, it's good for the first month. But if you're in a monthly subscription right now and you've always thought, well, maybe I should take out an annual, well, you can do it, okay, using that promo code. So Mookie, what I would do is go to support at trade-ideas.com and just say, hey, I just signed up yesterday. I want that deal. Okay. I'm assuming you signed up as an annual. Well, recurring means, if you take out the deal today, 17 months from now, it's the same deal. Okay, that's what I mean by recurring. I mean, obviously, if you don't want to take out a subscription afterwards, that's fine. But I'm just saying the deal stands. Okay. Well, the promo is good until September 26th. You're right. So you've got until the 26th to do it. But so anybody signs up with that deal between now and the 26th, then 17 months from whenever you sign up, the deal is still available for you. Okay. And I'll have to tell you, we've we've had one of our biggest days in subscriptions. No, you see, and I listen, we've been probably pretty, we're pretty good, I think, as a company in when people say to us, hey, can you do something for me? The 15% or the 25% discounts that we offer, periodically during test drives or during um, holidays and things like that. The theory is that when okay, let's just say you take out the 25% standard, and that'd be 750. The following year, though, you don't get that 25%. You'd pay $1,000. Okay, that was kind of the rule. All I'm saying now is that this is now recurring, but it'll end in 10 days. Yes. So there's no bargaining. Okay, you take out a deal like this right now up until the 26th. 17 months from now, you get the same deal. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's really good. I mean, I know it requires $750 upfront or 1,600 if you want the premium service, but I think our standard is pretty good. And I believe probably that if you took out the standards, the standard annual under that, but 5 months in, you decided you want to upgrade to the premium, of course we'll be able to do something if that's what you wanted. But Mookie, no. The other question was the channel bars are fixed. In other words, the where you see these channels are fixed. Okay, so you cannot say, well, I'd like to see this stock racing at the top and the swing picks up here and this one down here. No, the order is set. Well, and William, that's the thing. I mean, we're trying to figure out a way for those of you who are on an annual right now. I mean, Mookie in the YouTube room saying, "Hey, I just signed up yesterday." Well, okay, but what if you signed up a month ago? What if you signed up 2 months ago? And this is, we're going to try to come up with something that, is fair. I just don't know what that is. It's not up to me. There's going to be a task force assigned to trying to figure out, okay, somebody is 2 months into an annual, 4 months into an annual, 8 months into an annual. What would be fair? Well, I almost guarantee then, William, you'll be able to do something for sure. 100%. 100%. I'll make sure of it, okay? Um, let me, we're going to come up with some kind of a blueprint, okay? A general blueprint. So I don't think you have, I mean, if you want, that's a good question, okay? You can go to support. I don't have the answer, okay? But you can go to support at trade-ideas.com and just ask that question. Hey, mine is up in a month, but your deal ends on the 26th. What can you do for me? Okay. Just give me a moment. All right, here's your answer, William. I just posted that internally. He should sign up and we will extend his remaining time. How's that? So to anybody else in the same boat, I mean, if your subscription is up next month, then sign up and we'll extend your remaining time. I mean, I don't know how the math works out exactly, but yeah, so Paul, for sure. Now, PayPal with the delayed payment, that I don't know. I don't know. I know in the past I think maybe we now deal with PayPal. I know several years ago it was a real hassle for us to do it. Not sure why exactly, but you know what? Again, support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, you can ask that question, F-Bert, Philbert, and I'll call you Philbert. Okay. Yeah, it's a great promo, guys. I mean, really, truly, if you want this program, I mean, it's a great promo. Oh, thank goodness. I forgot to be looking. Well, it didn't turn against me. I'm in this Atan or whatever it's called, Atran. Yeah. I got so hung up. Yeah, this has turned out to be a nice end of the day trade for me. ADTN. It was showing up on the. I think I mentioned it right around here, guys. And so while I was in this meeting, right, I was right at 2 o'clock, right in this meeting, got in at 1844, right at 1844, right here. And I've been hanging on to it ever since. I looked left. 1887 was the high. I'm sure I mentioned this. The next high was 1918. So this has been, and it's been running with the market. And of course, it was won some kind of a race somewhere. There we are. Excuse me, in the large cappers. Okay, well, without your existing, okay, just give me a moment, William. Okay, so it depends what channel bar you're going to, Mookie. Okay, I recommend that you go to the dock channel bar. Okay, the old channel bar may have more channels. The dock channel bar is what I mean. I still don't know why we have the channel bar. It is actually not. I don't know where you're seeing 43 channels actually. One, or maybe here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So it's actually 30 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So about 38 channels on the old one. Yeah. The reason I don't know why we still have this. Okay. A lot of these have been discontinued. I mean, I think I mean, I'm not saying they're completely discontinued. You can find them in the old channel bar, but that's the reason, because some of these are so old. What we tried to do was they're redundant. A lot of them were just redundant. So we sort of try to get them all, like, get rid of the redundancy in the new dock channel bar. The other thing about the dock channel bar is you can click on a channel. Remember, a channel is a layout. Before, clicking on the other channel bar, when you clicked on it and you had a layout up and running, your layout will disappear. So here, I don't have to worry. I can go to the different channels. My layout is still underneath. It doesn't disappear. Okay. So I would just concentrate on these ones, okay, in the docked channel bar. So you know what, William, why don't you do this for me, okay? Just present the case. I know what Shantae, I mean, I'm talking to Shantae, who's looking after a lot of this. Just go to the support of Trade-Ideas and ask the question. Oh, you did. Okay. Okay. I mean, you were paying, I guess you paid 888, so you're paying $74 a month. So you've got $74. Now, whether they want to say, well, we can credit that, or and then take out a new, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so Eagle Guy, if you click on new from our, is it let's see, is it tools? Give me a moment. Click on help. So click on help. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so click on help, and then where it says, then click on alert and filter definitions. Okay, and here are all the definitions of everything. Okay, these are the alerts, and then when you come down here, get to these icons, just some light reading over the weekend. These are the filters. Now, as I always say, you don't have to know them all. Okay. So for instance, you were looking for VWAP, there should be, there should be something, well, I know if I did this, if I went to an alert window and I just typed in, or right click configure, and if I just typed in on search and I typed in VWAP, oops, Well, here they are. Now you can, you see, now you can click on the help, like click on one of them, you know, and there's the help. Click on another, there's the help. Yeah, it wasn't maybe obvious. You just had to, so you click on, highlight it, and then left click on it so it's highlighted, and then click help. And then it'll give you the definition of it all, okay? Well, I mean, as you know, Mookie, I'm all about. I think if you look at the explosive winners, okay, and the momentum channel. I mean, you know, I'm all about the races now. I do have a couple other scans, yes, but I'm all about the races. And you know, day trading, yeah. I mean, the this one, of course, is giving you the most like a volatile action. This is a little more gentle, but still, you know, it's good. How useful is the composite rating? Um, well, I don't know how to answer that exactly. I mean, you know, the composite rating takes into account strong fundamentals and strong technicals. Well, I shouldn't say that. If a high composite rating, say anything 80 and above, would in theory be a company that has, you know, reasonably strong fundamentals and strong technicals. Okay. It's not really meant for day trading. You know, if you're looking for, so for instance, I do have something that if I right click, I have to tell myself that, file load from cloud and click on composite. I did create a top list. Okay. And what I did, so these are stocks, these are very high. I mean, 98. I mean, the highest you can be is 100. Okay. I put a filter in that said, okay, it must be 90 and above. So HLIT, as an example, I can tell you because we saw this one earlier, this was almost at an all-time high. Okay. So, you know, there you go. There's a stock that is, you know, strong technicals, almost an all-time high. And I don't know what the fundamentals are. I'm not going to look at the fundamentals, but there's that component involved. Barbecue, BBQ, you know, 86%. I mean, this is, oh, okay, this was a buyout, so that's why it's looking like that. I don't know. It may update in real time because I've never really paid it that much attention to it. I mean, you know, that 98 may go to 96 because I mean, maybe it breaks a moving average or something, but it's mainly for long-term trading. Okay. It's not, this is, I mean, if you want to, you know, I mean, listen, if you're day trading a stock, so-called trading a stock, and you happen to look and it has a great high composite rating, maybe that gives you a little more confidence in the trade, you know, even as a day trade. But these are really designed. I mean, that's what the strength alerts, you know, that strength alerts channel that we've got, they'll all have pretty high composite ratings. And they're meant for longer term holds and day trading. So if you want something that isn't there, Eagle, again, just go to support. And I cannot guarantee that what you want they'll do it. But it doesn't hurt to ask. Okay, support at trade-ideas.com. But this is not updating, you know, I mean, it's not going to, I don't think you shouldn't see massive changes in the stock composite rating, you know, intraday. Because something that has, you know, that has strong fundamentals, you know, unless the company gets hit with a lawsuit or something like that, and the stock price collapses, and that, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's always based on my like symbols. Okay, that's all. It's always based on that. So it is kept current because my like symbols will change. Okay, guys, 3:05. So you know what? I usually put myself on mute now, but I won't put myself on mute. I'll just wait for Chris to show up in the YouTube room in about 25 minutes. So questions, guys. You got me now for another half hour or so you can ask questions. Oh, this ad chat. This is. Remember what I said when I came back at 1 o'clock? I said that I had been finding that there are a lot of great trades in the afternoon. Stocks that had, maybe been a little bit choppy during the day, and then in the afternoon, they're not quite as choppy. Because they've had, 5 hours to set up or 4 hours to set up. And I'm not saying they're all going to be like the Atran or the Atran, but my goodness, that's just turned out to be an excellent trade. From 1840, what did I say, 1844 up to 1881 on a day like today. Market's helping, I'm sure, right now. But I'll take a trade like that. And why did I do it? Again, because I looked left and I saw 1918 was the next high looking left. So, from 1844 to 1918, that's obviously, for me anyway, enough room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least I didn't have to worry about the next high looking left stopping me prematurely. So that was a good. So it's going to start trading at 315. So that was a nice release for them then. FDA approval. That was on this list here, the large cap gainers from the open, Nikki. Large cap gainers. See, it's number 9 on the list. So, as I say very many times, click on just click on these. I mean, there's so few. I mean, even here, there's 10 here, there's 10 here, periodically just click on them to see what's happening. And that's all I did. And again, I'm sharing these two. So I have to go to my home page. Yeah, just go to my home page and then go to the scan section, and there they are. I mean, if you're new to trading, I'm not just talking to you, Nikki, but anybody who's new to trading, if I said to you, Well, I can, we have a scan that will automatically give you a watch list of 10 stocks every single day, and you don't have to do anything. Okay. I mean, to me, I'm not saying the very first day that you would look at it that you're going to, that you're going to make money every single day or the first few days, because again, it always requires some trading experience. But instead of having to wonder, geez, I wonder what I should be looking at today, we're going to create that list for you. You don't have to do anything. We're going to create it for you, and then you can concentrate on just a few stocks and get used to, just like I said, just like I did. All I did was I just looked at ADTN. I saw it right here. Okay, right there. I said, interesting. Market's moving a little higher. Right here, a little bit of a base. Look left. It's got room. That's all I did. That was my only thought process. Take the trade. Very tight, pretty tight stop. I wouldn't let it get down below 833. I mean, at what, 840? What did it say? 1844. So, no more than an 11-cent stop. So for me, for this to have been worthwhile, this had to move 22 cents for me to get at least a 1 for 2. So at 1844, that's 1866. So there we are right here. I didn't know it was going to do this. Don't get me wrong. I didn't know it was going to do this, but I did know that I didn't have to worry about chart resistance, because the next high was up at 19. So I had a reasonable expectation of getting at least a 1 for 2, a reasonable expectation. And that's for me, that's all it's about. You want what, Ija? What do you want? Yeah, not necessarily, okay? So again, support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and say, here I am. Here's how much here's how much time I have left on my annual. What can you do for me? Okay. That's what I'm saying. You're already an annual. Just say, I mean, here's how much time I have left on my annual. What can you do for me? Yeah, I don't see a big jump yet. I see 422, 423 still. I know what time, 3:14. So if it is going to be 45 seconds or 40 seconds from now, let's see if this opens. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, yours must be different from mine. Interactive Brokers, pretty good usually, but I don't have that 480. But let's see what happens. 20 seconds if it's going to open at 1 or 3:15. Five, four, three, two. There we go. So yours was right. Yeah, 485. Boom. Wonder why Interactive Brokers doesn't have it up here. So definitely a nice gap. Looked a little ominous, getting halted on the way down for news. I know I had a little bit of a pop here, but no, who's shorting this? So guys, I hope you're kidding. I mean, I'm getting a little flack from our support people. I did not say you'll get a discount on what you paid, okay? All I'm saying, I don't know what exactly is going to, transpire for those of you with current annual subscriptions. All I'm saying is that go to support at trade-ideas.com, tell them, and they'll look at your account and they'll figure out something out, okay? That's all I'm saying. You're just putting, I mean, it might be fun for you guys to do that, something like that, but our poor support people are having to deal with all these queries coming in, and it's our fault. We weren't really prepared. I mean, it's definitely our fault. We weren't prepared for something like this, but try to take it easy on them, please. No, Ija, you're not listening to me, okay? I go to support at trade-ideas.com. We're trying to work with people that have existing annual subscriptions, okay? So it's not just for new folks. I mean, it was designed for new folks, as you call it, okay, yes. But we recognize that there are people out there with existing annual subscriptions, and we'd like to work, find out a way that makes it fair to try to take advantage of this promo. So I'm saying go to support at trade-ideas.com and present your case. And the case being, hey, I've got 4 months left, I got a month left, I just signed up yesterday, and they'll work with you. All right, guys, that is it for me in terms of trading. That's it. Yeah, well, we even have it at 35%, so maybe he's using our data. That's the short interest for HRTX. 200-day moving average is 560, so it's a little bit above it. Yeah, you too, Mookie. All right, guys, I will put the YouTube link in now, so you can go over to YouTube at 3:30 when Chris is there. If you want, he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. He actually usually shows up at about 3:25, but yeah, well, there might be something they can do, Ija, okay? So you've got 4 months left, okay? Maybe I don't know, I like, don't put words in my mouth, and maybe they say something like this, okay, when your subscription ends, you can get that deal. Because remember, the deal in theory is over on the 26th of September. But they might say, okay, at the end of your subscription, we'll offer you that same deal, even though in theory it's not available anymore. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know. So if I said that that was the deal for you, Ija, what would you say to that? I don't, I mean, I haven't even asked them, but I mean, you'll have to ask, but what would you say to that? Would that be something that you would consider as being fair, considering that promo will be over in 10 days? All right, guys. Whew, I think I'll wrap this up. 325. All right, guys. So you've got the YouTube link. So Chris will be there really soon. So you can head over there. I'm going to shut the main room down. Thank you for all the help all week. A great weekend, and I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Hope to see you then. Bye bye. A perfect circle, I will. Oh, there you are.
I will make the swap now, and you are free when you are ready, sir.
I'm ready.
Adios.
But have a great weekend, Chris.
You too, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye bye.
All right, everybody. Happy Friday, Friday, Friday. I think in general, lackluster day from the market. I mean, we gapped down and pretty much stayed down there the whole day. And I don't think there's a whole lot to comment on based on all that. So, not much for me to add, I don't think. The theme of the week is it's still a bear market. I maintain there's plenty of opportunities out there. I had some great opportunities in the scan again today, AAOI, I mean, beautiful. I don't know what more anybody could want other than that, thing, gapped up and just continued throughout the day, and it never ran away. It also didn't, with the exception of, I'll say, this move back down here into the 20s right there. I mean, that's the one whip, if you will. But, it was a pretty clean trade right there to make. I did trade it out of it now. RYTM, after that big drop that it had yesterday, it's had a good range on today, a couple dollar range. And again, some good opportunities that were absolutely presented. Looks a little nicer on a 5-minute chart when we don't have all that data from yesterday because that big move down. This, not quite the same. You got an inverse ETF here. So it's still a great day. These are great day trading vehicles, these inverse ETFs. You just have to understand that they move very, very, very quickly. Mohammed, how are you? You just got to be careful. You have to understand what you're trading. If this isn't something you're experienced with, you're going to have to be careful with these types of inverse ETFs. The other thing I want to point out with these are not something you can mess around and be like, oh, well, the trade didn't work, but I like the daily chart, so let me take it home and I'll swing it. Absolutely not with these things. They have a decay period. They don't work like stocks, and they don't work like regular ETFs. So if you don't understand how these things work, do some web searches, go to your broker, look it up, do some studying. All right. And so you can understand how these can be great day trading vehicles and why you need to be cautious with them. Right. Fossil, I believe this is a clock watch company, something like that. So again, not a bad move here, overall. Nice gap down and reverse. And I mean, pretty nice move. And this started coming through somewhere around here, just below $4. So not a bad trade to have in there, given the day that we've had. AMPX, this one was a little tougher. Made a nice move here. I think I started watching it somewhere around here below 14. Made a great move up over 16 and gave it up. This is why we don't marry these stocks. All right. And relatively speaking, because of that gap up, it's not really down that much from yesterday's close dollar-wise, as you see how much it's down from its peak today, or how much is down from the open. It's down 9% from yesterday's close, but it's down almost 40% from today's open. So again, things being relative. Perfect circle. I'm not seeing anything that is a relative strength in the market, to be quite honest. The Kit was in here yesterday. Nah, that doesn't look like anything I'd be interested in. The closest things you're going to find is tan relative to the market, right? And lithium, lithium's kind of giving it up the last couple of days. Again, lithium had been showing some relative strength. It's not any longer. And that's it. There is nothing else showing relative strength to the market right now. Even energy, they came for energy yesterday and again today. So I just don't see the relative strength there. The issue with energy is, as a basket, I don't think they do well. I think you can find individual names in the energy industry that will be strong. But look how defined this level is right here. We couldn't really get up and above that level and hold it out. We got up above it here, came down to it here, came underneath it again, came up and came back down underneath it again. So that 140 level for the XOP. And I think you'll see a similar thing with the XLE. Yeah, let me bring up the XLE. Same thing, same exact thing here. The numbers are slightly different, but the same pattern playing out here, right? Got up over it, came under it. And so what's that? That's 80, I guess, right? Yeah, so that 80 number here on the XLE. So, that's really it. Sorry, just trying to keep up with some chats and things that are going on here. Yeah, I see silver overall is actually, silver and gold are actually two of the only winners on the day so far today. If I bring over the sector list here, got silver, gold, and a super dividend REIT. Kind of interesting. Just gives you an idea of what's really going on here. XLP too. But I mean, this thing is just so sold off right now. It's a relief bounce. I wouldn't call that strength at all. And I'd say the same thing, honestly, for gold and silver at this point. Though I saw Douglas Bush, who's a CMT, he's a really good chart guy. I saw him put some stuff out on Twitter today about, is it time, looking at gold and silver monthly wise, really gold, he said. I was lumping silver in. He did not say silver. But look at it on a monthly chart and look at where we are versus where we've been. And, it is an interesting level. So do we get the bounce now? Can we get a bounce here on gold? I don't know. I have no idea. Anybody that knows me knows how I feel about gold and silver. This isn't ancient times. This isn't even the 1950s or 60s or 70s. So, gold has no real world value other than what people are willing to pay for it in jewelry. There's no value to gold other than what, gold has the same value that a baseball card has, what someone's willing to pay for it. And that's it. Very nice, Hans. Good to hear that. The best advice that I can give you, Mohammed, I just, glanced over what you said there, is a tight stop. Don't go risk. You got that, let's bring up that chart, SHPH. Looking at this chart, you got to keep that tight stop. And I would say this, you see a bar moves up like that, and you're seeing, that bar opened at 14 and change, and that bar closed at $20. You cannot go into a stock at a price like that. You cannot chase that. All right. Looking at it here, you get this 1 5-minute bar up, you get the second 5-minute bar up. All right, fine. If you're going here at $18, all Are you really willing to put a stop down here at $14 though? I mean, think about it realistically, where it's been and where it's going. For me, I just don't go after stocks like this. There's nothing, there's no risk reward that makes sense to me here at all. Not for me anyways. And I'm Muhammad, this is coming from someone that started with less than $5,000 trading. Now, I didn't trade my way all the way up to pattern day trading abilities. I traded my way up, adding to the account like that. And I took money from my day job, weekly paychecks, when I was still working in restaurants. Some days I could day trade, some days I couldn't, because of my schedule. And, I took money and I put it through like that. But, something like this, I would say in the future, simply stay away from this stuff here. The share size you got to take to make money on this. And if you get hurt on it, it's not going to be good. Now, looking more at this, I mean, the only spot you get hurt is chasing up here after it's made, an $8 move or so. So, because after that, the selling is kind of orderly per bar here. Now, if you look at the money wise on it, it is different because of the range, but you had to come in knowing the range that you were going to get. Look at the range here yesterday, knowing what this stock is capable of doing in just 1 day's worth of data. So my honest best advice, and I don't know whether you want to hear this or you don't want to hear this. I mean, no one ever wants to hear stay away from a stock, I suppose. I would stay away from stuff like this though. You look at something more like AAOI, you've got a stock that's gapped up here, 50 cents, give or take, right? So, even if you stuck a stop at yesterday's, you're looking at the most $1 from here down. Versus on that chart, one 15-minute bar could be $4. That's a huge stop to stick a $4 stock, $4 stop on a $14 stock, $15, $16, $18 stock. So I would advise you really take a hard look at what you're risking to what your reward is. And if you can't really say, well, my reward is realistically here versus my risk is realistically here, off an entry here or something like that, then you should probably be staying away from that stock. That would be my best advice, especially because at the level you're at, you got to fight hard for those wins. And one loss can really wreck really wreck a week, really wreck 2 weeks. So that would be where I would go with that for you there, my friend. What else? While no other questions are coming in, what else do we have come through here? TCRT. Yeah, this made a really nice move. Up over $2. Really solid move in here today, and it stayed up for the rest of the day. RV. While this one made an okay move here, started probably coming around here as far as the candles go. It wasn't a big money move, number one. Number two, not great liquidity, all things considered, especially on a Friday that's down already. So I had to steer clear of that. I did steer clear of it. For those reasons, I did. It's going to be the same story here. While this made a nice monetary move here, even after giving up all it's given up today, it's still up, 5%, give or take. There's no liquidity in this today. No volume, no liquidity. I've shut my brokers off. I don't need them running because I'm all done for the day. So I don't have my time and sales running right now on either Thinkorswim or IB. But that's something I'd recommend staying away from. When you see something that has this big of a range over these days and it's got no volume, you want to stay right away from that stuff. Another one here. It's made an initial move here. There was a pullback that might have been possible to get a piece of, right? But you want to be careful again because look at this. This stock opened near 30 bucks and traded up over it and been getting drubbed since. So again, you don't want to be on the wrong side of this stuff. You don't want to be on the wrong side of anything, but some things have a bigger wrong side than others to be on. AZ has made a nice move. Nice reversal here on it, as a matter of fact. So this, put out a really solid opportunity, good volume, good liquidity. What do I mean by good volume? I mean the relative volume kicking around pretty good for the whole day. The liquidity, we got over 1.5 mil shares traded with 20 minutes to go in the day. That's what I mean by that. Talk about Fossil and FRGE. I actually took a trade in this on this candle here. I got in on this candle at the top of this candle, and it came down and wicked me a little bit. And I'm like, and it came up and I sold. I just got out of it here and sold somewhere. I think I averaged 407 on my sales. I don't have the broker up anymore, but I think it was average 407 on my sales. And I entered at 95. So, it wasn't a huge win. It was really a scalp, but this, I know it has the abilities to go crazy. I'm looking at monthly charts here. Whoops. All the same, though. Still a very new issue overall. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at here. So definitely some opportunities without any question, but they weren't all easy opportunities. So again, anybody with questions, let me know. Fire those away for me here. We've got some light numbers in here today watching, so we'll see how that goes. I always prefer it when you folks are asking some questions. Excuse me a moment, just running and getting a glass of water here for myself. I'm a little parched. Wow, an AAOI just strong all day long. Really kicking myself on this one. I got in at 309. I got to fill averaged at 309 on this candle actually here. I was watching a 5-minute chart on this one. So I got in here and made this nice move up, and I sold some. And when it came back down and tagged here, I was like, you know what? I'm not giving it up today. It's Friday. The market doesn't look strong, obviously. And I felt good about it because, it ran up here and came back down here. And I said, all right, you're not selling tops, you're not buying bottoms. So, you made it an all right exit. And it just kind of made me look silly afterwards. But that, that's the way trading goes. You don't buy tops, you don't sell tops, you don't buy bottoms. I do sell a lot of bottoms and I do buy a lot of tops. It happens, but just the way it goes. FDX. Oops, FDX. Woof. My God. What the heck happened here? Holy mackerel. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that there. My idea about had very good news yesterday. I was sold off. So I will say this as someone who is a strict technician. I am a strict market technician. I don't care what the news is. You have to decide, are you a trader based on news or are you a trader based on the charts? And I think that's really important, Muhammad. So I would point you in the direction of that, saying, if you're going to trade based on news, you got to understand, live by the news, die by the news. Where the chart, it's live by the chart, die by the chart. And, you're going with the actual footprints in the sand for money that's being traded and putting those, those risk levels in, risk and reward levels in based on technical analysis. Now you got some, the market's waking up a little bit here. So we got Rev. rearing its head here. No volume. Look at the relative volume on that 0.06. That's hysterical. G dot, this thing can run. This thing has abilities to run. This thing can go nuts. HYFM, what are you? Hydro Farm Holding. Nah, nothing there. But I got to say, this scanner has been filled with inverse ETFs all day, and there's less inverse ETFs in there now than there has been all day. So shipping is such a pillar. Oh, yeah. It's been for a long time. Look, if you look up what Dow theory is, you have confirmation in Dow theory as, the transports versus the indexes, and for confirmation. So, transports have been a part of Dow theory for a long time. They've kind of moved that over from using transport in indexes to use the small caps with the large caps and see how they line up. But yeah, transports are a very big deal. Well, I maintain, and I never wavered from this, even though I almost had my faith shaken a little bit. There are areas of this country that have been in a recession since late February of this year. And I think that it's spreading. It's continuing to spread. Will the recession touch everywhere? No, there's people that will never get touched by the recession. It's just as simple as that. But I will say, when we had this rally happen here, I thought to myself, well, maybe I was wrong. But I said, I still maintain there are areas that have recession, but maybe it stays very isolated. I think, this has shown that it has spread and it has deepened. And I hope it doesn't go any further. I mean, a recession is bad for everybody in general, except for very few select people that are just going to buy everything that gets hurt in a recession that they want. But I maintain we're in a recession, and that's all there is to it. And they can change the definition if they want. That's fine. Go ahead and change the definition, change the rules. It doesn't change what's really happening in the world right now. Do whatever you want to words. Words are all made up anyways, so. There you go. You didn't cut the loss. There you go, Muhammad. So you already know the answer to your question, right? That stop loss. There you go. So you got to have that stop loss. No moving goalposts. This is it, because $100 loss becomes 150, 200, 500, just like that. Real fast it happens. So, we learn through pain. Today you touched the hot stove and you got burned, and hopefully you don't touch that hot stove again, Muhammad. That's what you got to do. Yeah, I mean, as I always say, perfect circle, we are technicians that live in a fundamental world. So we can't ignore fundamentals, and those big fundamentals are what dictates the market's movements overall. And those big movements should help, temper our expectations for our trading strategies and trading plans. In a bull market and things are working, the economy looks good, you're risk on. You can let things ride a little longer. You can allow for a little deeper pullback, before deciding, should I close this, while I'm up in the money on this pullback, or should I allow the pullback to happen and let it ride? And the pullbacks aren't pullbacks. The pullbacks are sell-offs. And that's the big difference, So being able to have that frame of mind, I think, is very, very important. That, yes, we're technicians. We live in a fundamental world as technicians, though. That's the facts. Interesting. Okay, Peter. So, yeah, big news. Yes, of course, Muhammad. Hopefully what I'm saying, helps you out. And look, what you had happen to you, Muhammad, I've had happen many times. I've touched the hot stove a whole lot of times, way more times than I should have touched that hot stove. So, it is what it is. Do I have a Cliff Note version on Elliott Wave? I mean, the Cliff Note version is this for Elliott Wave. It's an Elliott Wave is, going to be, so you have the primary wave and the secondary wave. So primary wave, let's just do it if it was a bullish set, right? So you have this, let's call that wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. All right. And then your correction wave, your secondary wave would be, let's go with just a zigzag here, be, 1, 2, 3. And then, you'd start a new wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. So your Cliff Notes version is this, there's 1, 2, 3, or sorry, yeah, wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. And then you've got, wave A, B, and C. So the Cliff Notes version in this is Elliott wave movements are made up of 8 total movements. All right. The third wave can never be the shortest of the primary waves. All right. And generally it is the longest. Wave 4 can never retrace back into wave 1 down here. And those are the big takeaways, I would say. Those are going to be your big takeaways. I don't look at fibs at all, just support and resistance, where my eye goes to, I do okay with it. So, I'm happy with my results in general. So that's my, hopefully this is illustrated well. I mean, it gets sloppy with all the drawing here on the screen. But if we were to, let's do this actually, duplicate to a free floating window, since nobody else is asking anything right now. And remove all markups. And let's go to a monthly chart. And so let's just say, if we were looking at Elliott wave here, and call that wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. And this barely makes it because this didn't trace back all the way through. All right. Yeah, maybe it does a little bit. So I couldn't even make that. I guess we could call this wave 1 altogether. Wave 2. Nope, can't do that either. Tough on a monthly chart, because wave 3 couldn't be that, because then what's wave 5, right? Because we call that wave 4 there, but wave 5 would be that, and that would make wave 3 the shortest wave. It can't be the shortest wave. Elliott wave's tricky, and it's like a lot of other technical analysis. If it doesn't fit, just change it, right? If I don't like that pivot line, just change it to this pivot line, right? The same thing applies with this. So not as clean as I want to make it here. Maybe daily chart I can illustrate this a little better on. What I'm trying to do is illustrate it in a bull market, not a bear market. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We could call that an Elliott wave right there. And inside each of these waves, there could be subwaves too. So inside this wave 1, we could go wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. We could do those subwaves, and then we could have subwaves inside the subwaves too. That's how tricky Elliott wave starts to get, right? So, these are different ways that we could look at it. We could start wave 1 here if we wanted. Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. It becomes tricky because these are, we call this to wave 5 to here, and then that's just barely bigger. The third wave. Because again, third wave can't be the shortest. Doesn't have to be the longest, although it typically is. So I don't know. I like Elliott wave. It's an elegant way to look at charts and give you a flow of the charts. Up here, we could extend this more, of course, Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5, we could even do it like that. And, nobody could argue with me about it. They could argue with me, but, it's how I want to. Is it widely used? No, Elliott wave is not widely used, although it's being pushed by the CMT much more than it had been over the last 20 years or so. I'm not sure why. I'm sure there must be a reason behind it. I do like it very much. But I started learning all this stuff at the beginning of a bear market. So, and I don't really short stocks, so it doesn't hold any trading. I don't hold any trading experience currently. But what's funny is now they think about it, and this just dawned on me, is this. I've been watching this for a long time like this, The Spy, and I called it Leapfrog. So once we got up and we cleared this stuff here, we started this kind of like leapfrog, I felt like. And looking at that, it's actually Elliott Wave-esque, this leapfrog effect that I saw here. And what's funny is when we started having this go on here, I said, this leapfrogging feels much different than all those months of leapfrogging there. And so these were strange coming out of COVID. Then we had a good pattern coming on here and a good set of waves, I would call it. And then it really changed up here, and then the sell-off came. And so I didn't know Elliott Wave then. I probably didn't start learning about Elliott Wave till somewhere in March, maybe late February, maybe late February. So we had already started what I thought was going to be a bear market then. Now, I wasn't calling a top. I just said things feel different. Things feel different on these sell-offs here. And it was. And that's all there was to it. So I didn't start, I didn't know Elliott Wave through here. And I wonder, had I known Elliott Wave through here, would I have picked something off differently on a changing of the guard? Or was I making my own kind of Elliott Wave up with this whole leapfrog thing that I was calling it? And through that, I was able to pick something off. I don't know. It'll be something that is on my mind for the next bull run that we have. So, just, food for thought anyways, as far as that all goes. Problem with small account is that to grow them, you should trade the stocks as potential to make big moves. No, see, I think it's the opposite. And I thought the same way that you thought right there, Muhammad. But what happened? You got to think small, because you are small. You got to play small ball. You can't, if you're a baseball team, and you're down by 6 runs and you're not a home run team, you're not trying to hit home runs to come back. You're trying to string together singles. Well, in this case, what if, you're a small account? Now, this is how I did it personally. Like I said, I had a day job that I could add money to every month or so. And then I played small ball, So this was what it was. I used the cash account. So I had $5,000 worth to trade today. And I said, all right, I'm only going to trade about $2,500 to $3,000 worth of it today. And so what if I can add $30 today? And then I've left the rest of that money to trade tomorrow. And what if I can add $15 or $20 tomorrow? And now the money from the first day is settled. So I've got that money plus my winnings from that day. And now I went from that 25 to 3,000 to, let's say, 25.30 to 30.30 on money. And now today I eke out a $10 win. And then tomorrow I lose $5. And then the next day I lose $10. But then the next day I win $30. And then the next day I gain $40. And then the next day I hand back $20. But overall, I'm chipping away and I'm moving forward. Now think about that over 4 weeks time. What if over 4 weeks, each week you were adding $75, right? Is that a lot of money? No. But think about it on a percentage basis to your $5,000. Now all of a sudden, I'm not at a $5,000 account. I'm at a $5,200 account, right? And then over another month, I become a $5,400 account. And then a month later, I become a $5,700 account, right? You're never going to get there in one trade. You're never going to get there in 1 month. You're not going to get there in 1 year. That's never going to happen. So you really need to play small ball with that account. You have to. You really don't have a choice. Your only other choice is play for lottery tickets, and we all know how lottery tickets go. They don't. So, and I know that's not what you want to hear, and that's not what I like telling people. That wasn't what I wanted to hear, and that wasn't what I wanted to do, but it is what I did. and eventually I was able to get there. And I started with an account that was $2,500. Like I said, I traded and I worked a job. Actually, I worked 2 jobs. So, I added money like that, and it was what I had to do. Again, I didn't like it. It wasn't fun, but it was what I had to do. The reason I also like cash accounts is for this. I can settle on I can trade on T+2 with a margin account under $25,000. I am stuck. I get just 3 day trades every 5 days. That's it. I have no other option. So unless I'm swing trading, I'm screwed. I can't do anything. And I don't, you risk good faith violations. You risk free ride violations. You risk getting flagged as a pattern day trader, and then you can only trade on settled cash. You can't even use margin in a margin account, essentially. So, it's just really what it is. It's a tough thing, that pattern day trader rule. Like, I understand it, and I don't agree with it fully, but I do get why it's there, because you have people that would just trade their account till it was blown up with margin otherwise. Yeah, Perfect Circle. I bet there's got to be YouTube videos about Elliott Wave that you could find that are good. There must be. I'd find it hard to believe there wasn't. So, well, we closed off the lows. We still closed down 1.1% on the SPY, give or take. So, make of that what you will. But the buyers were able to step in, I guess. I mean, there was no win for the bulls today. The bulls got absolutely slaughtered today. Absolutely slaughtered. And, we're below that breakout level from back in July and August here. This was that breakout level here where we went to break out, pulled back, and then broke out. So we're a good bit below that even. That's on deck. I think that's right afterwards. I think that's in the hole. I like my baseball references in case you didn't know. Yeah, no, Muhammad. And listen, what I'm telling you is not the end all be all. I'm just, when people start to do things more realistically, and think about it over time. Look, it took me 2 years to win more than lose more. All right. It took me 2 years to actually be profitable. And even after I quote unquote became profitable, it wasn't like I was making money. I was simply adding a few dollars here and there to an account that I was trying to grow. But it took me 2 years to even get there. Now, a lot of it was because I just refused to accept what I had to do. I was always holding, I would be up, I'd be up 15, 20, 30 cents in a trade, and it would start to reverse on me. And instead of having the mentality of 10-cent winners are winners too, I let a lot of those trades go red on me. And if I went back and I just took half those trades that went red on me and I'd close them out as soon as they started moving, even if they were just 10-cent winners, I'd be sitting in a whole lot different position than I am right now, to be honest, financially. So, and who doesn't want to be more comfortable financially? Because, we never know what's going to happen in the future. People come at, you've got $6 million in the bank, you're rich. Yeah, well, I do not have $6 million. But, for that person that does have $6 million, what if that person's 40 years old and they have some critical life thing happens to them and they can't work anymore? $6 million doesn't go very far if you've got a family of, let's say, 3 and you have a house, and you don't even have to have crazy bills. Think about what your cost of living is per year, utility bills and medical bills and eating and, medicine and, just anything in life. You've got a kid, they want to sign up for softball. There's a few $100s. Your other kid wants to do swimming. There's a few $1,000s for the year. Should people not do these things? So my point being is that you got to really protect that money. You have to have that risk management protection of money when you're growing. And even after you come out of the initial growth and you have some breathing room, as what we do, there is no every week paycheck coming for us. So you must protect those gains at all cost. You must protect your downside at all cost. I was probably where I did my best work, Muhammad, was probably the $5 to $20 range. And really, I'd probably even say $5 to $15 range. But I also knew that stocks that were under $10 traded differently than stocks over $10. And a stock that makes a nice move under $10, when it pulls back, it might not just be a pullback. It could be the end of the move and giving it up. So those, $5 to $10 stocks, when they made their move up, I'm quick to close. Even now, I'm quick to close them very quickly. Again, AAOI is a great example of it, right? I took this trade here. All right. I got it at 309 was my average fill. All right. It made a nice move up. And as soon as I saw it, and broke that 330 level, I was like, and I was having trouble here at 330 on this 15-minute candle. I was like, you know what? I'm selling half. So I sold half right here. And then, it poked, it poked up and then it pulled back down. I said, I'm not sticking around for this here. And as soon as it broke 330 on the downside, I got out of it. I'm not handing that back. Now, it never came back down to my entry, but I wasn't going to let it. I was never going to give it the chance to. So I think you want to stay away from the real penny stocks because those are tough. Those are really tough. But, looking at stuff that's around, let's say, the market's been good, I think, as far as stocks from $2 to $4. There's been a good trading market for them recently, at least me using this scan here. And I've done really well with the scan here. I still don't have a huge account. It's not like I haven't let my account bloom to $300,000 or something like that. I pay bills out of this account, out of my trading account. I pull money out of it, I don't just sit there and build it. I got up, I'm over a threshold that I'm comfortable with and I pull money out of it. So I really still I trade the $2 to $30 range. And the $2 only recently came on in the last couple of months. Before that, I was at an $8 minimum. Then I bumped it down to $4 and I've recently bumped it down to $2. So, just to give you an idea of where I've flexed with things over the years. And as I've grown, especially over the last few months, I've really grown as a day trader because I was not day trading for a few years. I did a lot of my big account adding on swing trading, but it was a much easier swing trading environment. So unfortunately for you, starting in a bear market, it's much harder. Sorry, I was just catching up on a chat that was going on here. People ask us some of the wildest questions. So, that's where that stands for me there, there's several factors that are going to come in. Look at the range of a stock, look at where it's come from, look at where it could go, things of that nature too. Man, go. This one really makes me mad right now. So here's a losing trade for me today. Here's an example of me screwing up today. All right. I got this at 1289, probably on this candle here. Came up, couldn't get through 13. Came up, couldn't get through 13. Came up, couldn't get through 13. Came up, got over 13, and then I had to take a call for something today. And I wasn't paying attention to my screen, and I should have probably put a stop at 295, even though it would have only been a couple of bucks. I didn't. Came down, and it came down to this level here, which was going to be like my real stop, and it came down and stopped me out, only to come back and reverse there. So I let a winner turn into a loser. Not only a winner turn into a loser, but this stayed a loser for most of the day under my entry price. And I got stopped out when I could have got out for, I could have paid for dinner tonight, essentially, even though it was only a couple bucks, whatever, But I didn't manage that risk well. Now, I didn't let it go past my real stop, obviously, but I should have just bumped that stop up when I got involved in some other stuff and I saw it wasn't getting through $13, knowing what the market was. But I'm going to be honest, I had a good trade in AAOI. I had a couple of really good trades this week. I got cocky and complacent, and I lost money because of it today. So just to give you a good example. Can I hold AAOI? No, I cannot. I'm not swing trading, so I cannot hold it. I don't care what Pal's doing. I'm not swing trading. Not this weekend, that's for sure. Other people are welcome to hold it if they believe in it. But I'm not trading based on what the Fed is doing. I'm trading based on my technical analysis and my trading plan. And that's the end of it. Now, looking back here on this chart, I also thought 350 was going to be a challenge here. I thought 350 in here was going to be a challenge, and I knew 370 would be a challenge. Now it made it through there, and it made it through there comfortably, right? But it came right back down also. So good on anybody that wants to hold, by all means. I hope you have a plan. I hope your plan works great. I walked away a winner today. I'll wake up a winner on Monday morning, all the same. And I'll have a fresh set of trades coming through this window, just like I did today. I've got my price alerts here. These will all be deleted very shortly. Where is it? Duplicate free floating window. I've got all these price alerts here, and they will all be deleted. Bull went on to be a great winner today. It was coming through, won a few early races. I thought about taking it on a 13 break. I didn't. Hindsight being, absolutely should have. I would have never been in. It would have never came down to my entry even had I taken it then. But it didn't. It is what it is. I don't have a good excuse for not taking it either, to be honest. I'm a little bit now. I'm a little bit more angry about it because I haven't watched it in a while. But THMC, TMHC, another one. Watching it here, I was watching for a break above this. Didn't take it. Could have, should have, would have, didn't. All the same, I'm going to, as a matter of fact, let's just look at a couple more of these, and then I'm going to delete. So HDSN, this one here was one that didn't work out. So, these are why I don't just jump on these things, because they break a level that I like. And some of them I lose track of because I get really busy doing support, and I just simply lose track of them. That's all there is to it. So is text messaging working? If you have SMS set up with your broker, with your cell provider, and you made an alert window, you want sending SMS, yes, it's working. We're going to have some pretty cool mobile stuff coming very soon with the races first. So stay tuned, folks. It's not that far off. I really believe that's not that far off. Within a few months, I think we're going to put out some really cool mobile stuff for the races here. I think you guys are going to be really impressed with it. And it's just laying the groundwork that the web version is going to be fire. Send in a ticket then. I'm not really the expert on those, but send in a ticket, SUPPORT at trade-ideas. Did I do that right? Trade support at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, that looks right. And then just make sure that with your cell provider that they're not blocking it for some reason. I haven't tested it in over a year, but I tested it in the past just to make sure I understood some basic functions of it. KNW Yes, the web version will be good enough to not use AWS or Parallels. Brokerage Plus will be in the web version in the not too distant future. Essentially, the web version that you know will be gone, and it'll be one application essentially, and that will be it. What the guys on the dev team are doing right now, what these people are doing is just unbelievable. What's going to be more impressive about this is this. Nobody has live data like we do. TrendSpider cannot scan the way we do. Scans cannot scan the way we do. They are screeners. We are scanners. There's a big difference between what they do and what we do for live data. You know, they can't just update and refresh like we do. Nobody's there yet. Will they all get there someday? I have no idea. So that's one of the reasons that's held us back on the website is what we do is not easy to implement, and people just really don't understand how hard it is what we do. I mean, think about Thinkorswim, and think about they are a multi-billion-dollar company, and they can't do what we do, right? They can't do what we do with their scanning, and we are not a multi-billion-dollar company. You know, we are a very small company, and what we're about to do is, I don't know, nothing short of special. That's for sure. Now, you know, I'm hyping this up. I can't say when it's coming. You know, the dev team, if you ask Dan will tell you, a couple of months. If you ask the guys on the dev team, they'll say, please don't say that. While it is very possible, it could be more than a couple of months still. And it's going to be a rollout of one set of things, then a rollout of another set of things. And then as we get those things rolled out, that's when the web version will start to cease to exist as you know it. So, that's where that all goes. And Aj, just, Bill doesn't have any special insights into anything that's changed. Nothing has changed as far as I know, because if it had changed, we would have had an internal messaging about it. So send in a ticket to support, and through the weekend, we'll look at it, and someone will look at it, and get you something at some point. If we see something that's changed on the back end of how that all gets loaded into the SMS system. So here's a good one. I mean, I wonder how many bag holders there are from the open here, unfortunately. It's a shame. Don't chase things, people. Don't chase. All right, is there anything else here? I looked at wheat. Wheat on a daily chart. It's not getting through there. Yeah, nothing there. So now I'm just looking at the rest of these alerts. IMTE, nothing special. This made a great move, but rejected right where I put a price alert, essentially, right? LCID, this had some strength in today, and then it just gave it right up. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 15-minute bars up, and then just got smashed. I think that's everything. I mean, look at this one here. Again, especially newer traders, I'd stay right away from this. I see the appeal. I get the appeal of this. When you're trying to build your account, this is what you got to stay away from. And I know. Oh, but I missed this one, right? But for the one you missed, how many bad ones happened, right? One win to 20 losses, not a good ratio. That's why I personally try not to do too much on these. I got to really believe in it. And by really believe in my trading plan and my experience. And that only time gives time. You can't get time just by wishing for it. So, it is what it is. So I think I'm good now. I'm going to delete these. What was this one? I don't even remember this one. JWN. Nordstrom's. Ha! Funny. Must have come through one of the races. 2% on the day. So, adios, price alerts. Right click. Delete. Goodbye. let's see. Is there anything else important happening? Anything else we're missing? I'm trying to think because I'm taking off momentarily here. I have, we've got softball practice tonight. So I'm doing scrimmaging. Friday, everybody's eager to go. So I guess CFVI will be RUM on Monday. Jeez. Talk about punching a lottery ticket. It's risky. So this will be RUM on Monday. So price alert for $1 on it. So, all right, folks, I think I'm going to wind it down here. I can see the numbers have dwindled. Get myself in position for practice. Those of you that stick around, I always greatly appreciate you, sticking it with me to the end here. End with the usual stuff here. We're in a bear market. There's still plenty of money to be made in a bear market. Just got to be a little more careful, got to be a little more picky. Got to be a little more vigilant on how we're vetting those charts and the setups that we're looking at. What we do is hard. There are no moral victories. I don't really believe in those, as you full well know. You too, Ash, appreciate it. The only moral victory is if you have a trading plan that you've tested, works well, you followed it and you took a loss. That's a moral victory. That's fine. Outside of that, there's no moral victories, right? We got to make the plan. We got to execute the plan. We got to follow through with that plan. Mentally, got to take care of ourselves. You got to get outside. You got to get some fresh air. I know cooler weather's coming, but find ways to do that. You got to get away from screens. You got to take time for yourself. Journal, whether you're writing it down, your audio journal, video journal, whatever it is, write some thoughts down, get them out of you, and get some time for yourself. Get away from your dog, your sister, your mother, your brother, your cousin, your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your nephew, your niece, your uncle, your grandmother, your grandfather, your dog's uncles, cousins, sisters, friends, dog walker, whatever it is. You got to take time for yourself, folks. All right. I hope you all got something out of this today. Do it all again next week. Monday, Barry will have the stream open at 9 a.m. Eastern next Monday. I will be here at noon Eastern next Monday. And then again, of course, my regular 3:30 on Monday, on every day. And we'll do it all over again. So again, I thank you folks all very, very kindly for all the positive questions, comments, and interactions for the whole week, not just today, of course. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Friday and a wonderful weekend wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. All right, everybody, take care. Goodbye.